All right. Should be live. Oh, monsoon. Hello, chat. Hey, Kush. Oh, you're getting rain, huh? Hey, Smith. How are you? JR. Good to see you. Bandit, hello. Yeah, super important stuff, man. Gone with John. Hello. Yeah, so actually, and you know what? We'll see if he shows up. I don't even know if he's going to show up. I just got excited. He left a comment on one of my recent videos, and I noticed he started a channel. And this gentleman hasn't been on the panel in a while. Hello, Billy. I know Smith will remember him. I don't. Kush hasn't seen him. I don't know if Bandit has. Anyway, this gentleman used to join the panel and speak from the community's perspective, being a man in the community, anyway. But I'm going to drop the link in case Tames, the only person who wants to hit that link is Tames, so you better show up. And I think until then, I want to play a little bit of his video that I saw because I left a timestamp. And I think wrong one. There we go. I'm going to play a little bit of this because I miss hearing his rants. He's talked about some important shit, so I'm going to play this.
Y'all letting the kid be the adult. Y'all letting the kid make decisions that an adult is supposed to be making. And that's the problem with Memphis, Tennessee. That's why y'all's crime rate is up and the kids down there don't know how to read or write and probably do math, which I'm going to show you statistics on. Because the kids down there is raising themselves. I don't know. I mean, y'all's community, I don't know what y'all down there doing, but y'all ain't worried about them kids.
And my question is, where are those kids' mothers? It sounds like a mothering mishap. Yeah. A failed mothering. Carly, huh? Jumping in the chat, just heads up. Wow. JR, you know what to do when that crazy bitch shows up. And for all the other crazy bitches that might be watching, feel free to go to Iridium Kush's or Bullets panels. Go to their channels. They'll fucking entertain you. I know it's no secret that I'm not a fan of crazy bitches. And actually, Kush, your video that you uploaded where you're talking about integrity, and you were talking about, what was it? Prejudiced. I will never, ever stop being prejudiced against crazy bitches. I refuse to give that up. That is where I draw the line. So I am severely prejudiced against crazy bitches because you know what? Their emotional terrorism is infectious. And the other night we had a crazy bitch in the chat, and like it always happens, chaos ensued. So for some reason, There was a little tiff between somebody who's a regular on this channel that never fucking causes any problems, and there's never any issues, and then until this crazy bitch shows up. So, crazy bitchery is infectious. That's why I keep it the fuck off my channel. I don't want any crazy bitches doing their bullshit in the chat, because it always causes problems. So, if any of these crazy bitches want a little taste of free speech, they can hit Cush's or Bullet's channels. They welcome you. I do not. So, they actually give a shit what you have to say, strangely. And I do not. So, just goes to show how much more dignity and respect these men offer these crazy bitches. Way more than they fucking deserve. And way more than they'll ever get from me. So. But yeah, Tamaze. This is his channel. I'm going to share it because I wanted to share it and kind of promote his stuff. See, he has some really good insights. And he was always a really good addition to all the panels that we had. So, actually, Bandit, if you want to join the panel and chat, hello, Braxton. Braxton, I know you remember Tamaze. Yeah, Bandit, if you want to join. Also, we haven't caught up in a while. I hope you're doing well. But I'm going to play a little more of this.
Been knowing this man a month. I ain't been knowing King a month. He ain't been around me number like 2.5 weeks. I have to take my time with the type of trauma that he done been through. You see what I'm saying? He only 10 years old. He is around me. He gonna grow to be a real deal king. And y'all don't know that. Because guess what? I don't pimp no more. I don't rob and kick those no more. I rap. I make music. I get money. I rap about what I used to do.
Just a known fact around here in America, buddy. Ain't no kings. You know, this is a republic. Only places where there's king at is in UK or wherever that is overseas. There ain't no kings over here, man. This is a capitalist. It's supposed to be a capitalist United States or a capitalist America. But there ain't no kings around here in America, so that's BS, man. All this king and queen talk, man. Snap out of it, because everybody say they a king, ain't no king, and everybody that screams they a queen definitely ain't no queen, man.
Nope.
Finish him.
And then something else you were saying. Well, let me go ahead and just let the video play.
I live good now. See what I'm saying? I live good.
Oh, that's what he was saying. He used to pimp, rob, steal, and whatever he said he used to do. Well, I mean, it looked like you still pimping to me, because it looked like you pimping this little young man, 10 years old. That's what it's looking like to me.
Now, elevators and shit, at the spots and shit. You know what I'm saying? I drive good now. You know what I'm saying? So being around me, you know what I'm saying? Being around me ain't no bad thing. You know what I'm saying? I ride good in the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
And this is something else. I mean, you can show all how you live in the cars and stuff. That don't impress me. See, that probably impresses somebody who ain't never had nothing. That impresses them parents, them kids like King, that you trying to manipulate and take advantage of them. That impresses them. That type of stuff don't impress me. So you can show that all that stuff all you want to, man. The facts is gonna be the facts, man. You wrong. You know you wrong in what you're doing. Maybe you don't know you wrong, but I'm telling you you're wrong in what you doing or whatnot, man. With this young fella.
I'm living.
Hello, John. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I just wanted to hop on and say hello. Did you
Hello.
notice somebody tagged you and I in a video?
No, I never get
think-
tagged in a video.
Oh, yes, you do. I think
Did
it's one
I?
of your. Yeah, I think it's a fan of yours, Alice or something.
One of my crazy bitch baggage. Yeah.
I don't know for sure, but I got tagged and like I got the notification from YouTube and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Apparently, well, you know, I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna look for it because I want to share it with you, but I don't know how to find it. But yeah, somebody tagged you and I in a video of like some garbage. How are you tonight?
I'm good. She usually doesn't tag me. She'll write my name, but it won't actually have a tag.
Well,
Yeah.
It's weird. It showed up on my thing and I clicked it and I was like, usually like I never click anything. I feel bad because like I don't ever.
Yeah.
I just don't engage, but I saw this and I was like, oh, well,
I saw this too.
It's
You
good,
saw it?
mother. Like I'll click it. Kush, what's up, brother?
Hey,
Great to
what's
see
up,
you,
John?
sir. Hey,
Hey, I
man,
wanted to
great
come
to
up
see
and say
you.
hi to John. And
Yeah.
yeah, you were mentioning that Alice video. Is it one where she talks about donkeys and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was,
tagged me
yeah.
on that. She tagged me on that shit too.
I think
Sure,
maybe
yeah.
is that like a tag as a proximity to people who are important?
I
or
see it now. Yeah.
Not in-
Review of GM live stream, lying for attention, like shares, views, subs, as usual, with her men supporting her disingenuous behavior.
Jesus, good
Bullets
mother.
for
You get me
Chief.
in.
Unwanted contriver, Gone with John, and MGTOW Outlaw were all tagged.
You get us in so much trouble. Like just associating
Hey.
with you.
I know. Well, it's just the crazy bitch baggage, though. Nobody actually fucking takes those cunts seriously. she
Well, I just
she
wanted
wants
to-
your attention.
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing is like, I saw it and I was like, I don't know who this is or what this is, but I knew there was an association with you.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. Kush, it is great to see you. How you been, brother?
You've been good.
Good.
Very
man,
busy.
good.
Very, very busy. But I just wanted to expand on what you said about crazy bitches being welcome. They're welcome, but if they obey the rules.
Yeah. This was a weird. I saw this and I was like, this is not a friend. This person doesn't like me or they have beef. So
Yeah.
I'll just let them deal with it. But
No,
you know.
she summoned. This was, what was this, a month and a half ago? She summoned, quote unquote, summoned me and Bullets to a stream where she wanted to talk to us about GM,
Yeah.
and it was just her way of trying to, vector, to turn us against GM, which is not going to happen.
Right. Of course, yeah.
Which is never going to happen. And she was just like talking out of her ass. We came in the chat and started talking and, asking like, what's this about, lady? What's this about? She's like, this isn't, what was it? She wrote in her, in the title of it, this is an invite.
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't an invitation. This is
No.
a critique.
She even dropped the link, the StreamYard link in her chat. She was like, she was just gaslighting him. I was crazy bitch.
I think sometimes people will try to, I want to say punch up,
Oh,
but I don't want to, it sounds bad. I
Well,
think sometimes
no.
people are like, I want to attack these people because they have some people that watch them. I want to associate myself with them.
Well, her views are really low until she talks about me. Then she gets a little spike. So
Well,
she was. I think she was feeling lonely, so she wanted, the attention to make her feel like she's doing something with her channel.
The thing is, like, I don't want to be petty, but
Yeah,
I'm gonna. What are her views? How many views does she get a month? Are you okay? Look,
Hold on. No, John.
15 views on a video.
let's analyze this because it doesn't make sense.
Oh,
She has
It
an
doesn't.
extreme jump in her subscribers, but
What?
still no views. Yeah,
How
it's
come?
really, I don't know.
It makes no sense. It makes
I
no
would love to
sense.
have an extreme jump in my subscribers. That's crazy.
dude,
Me
she
too.
got like how many subs did she get?
6,000.
Yeah, 6,000 in like a couple weeks. Like I saw it
Huh.
kept climbing because I would check on her every now and then.
Hmm.
And like she was hitting an algorithm or something with her YouTube shorts, maybe.
Who is this? Why is this person tagging me? What's going on?
She's a Bastard Factory. This
No.
is this is somebody who's LARPing as a conservative woman, yet she's been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock.
Well, that's conservative if you're like a
She
cum
is-
hoarder.
She lives on government assistance. She lives with her
Ah,
parents. Like
okay,
she's
okay.
bottom of the barrel trash, absolutely. And she wears a fucking grill in her mouth. Like
No, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
It sounded like you
Nasty,
said.
dude.
Hold
She's
on.
fucking
Wait a minute.
nasty.
Yeah.
Mm.
There are
Hold on.
videos. I've seen videos of it.
yeah.
Well,
But this is her.
It can't be what it sounded like. It sounded weird, like you said she wears the teeth grill thing with the
Yeah.
Well,
diamonds
she
in the.
does.
Yes.
No.
I mean, did you listen to her?
Oh, are you out of your fucking? Do you know how much shit I have going on? I just saw somebody tag me and I was like, "What is this?" And I was like, "Oh, I
Okay.
saw this on Good Mother's channel."
Yeah. So here's her channel. Here's some shorts she has. She's got 5 views, 175, 13, 2, 5,
Okay,
66, 7, 10, 15.
Okay.
But what's interesting is
How do
when
I fit in to this?
see, look, here's her one where she's talking about me. She's got 54 views because she tagged people. And then the other 2 streams she has like 14 and 12. But she strangely has 6,102 or 12 subscribers. It's weird.
6,000?
Yeah.
That's
It doesn't make sense.
Here's the thing: is like the fact that she knows about you. I get it. Like I've seen your
Oh.
videos. You have views going back over years, many videos.
Yeah.
But why does she have 6,000 subscribers? I don't get this. And how am
I don't think they're
involved?
real.
Oh, well.
You're only involved because you come here to this channel. That's the
I-
only reason.
Yeah,
She
she-
targets
she
men
thought
that
maybe
come
I
to my
see what it-
channel.
She might
Oh.
have seen a comment in the chat.
I like y'all. I like y'all. So I
Uh-huh.
don't guess there's.
There we go.
Can we
Outlaw.
not have? It's not a surprise anymore. It's not a secret, is it?
No, it's not.
Roll Tide, Outlaw.
Yo, what's up?
Hey,
What's
Outlaw.
up?
What up?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got tagged too, did you?
Got tagged in what?
By the Bastard Factory.
Wait, what? What's going on?
See, Outlaw didn't even notice either.
I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, Stragdom. She's the epitome of a strag, big time. She, I had some battling with her because I tried. It was it's some gulag group or whatever that I was like in that space on YouTube, and she was in there, and she was trying to compete for attention, so she was trying to like talk all this shit, and I was like, do you even know what the fuck you're talking about? Like, who are you? Like, and then she got really pissed because I called her a fucking lying feminist because she is one.
Hemi,
So.
what's up? Sorry. It's weird
There's
being.
Bandit.
Hey,
It's
Bandit.
weird. Bandit, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. It's weird what, John?
It's weird not being the guy hosting the show because
Yeah.
I'm not in control of the stuff. So I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I need to. Sorry, like for me, that's Hemi. Great to see you, Bandit. Great to see you. Sorry.
So yeah, I actually started this stream to have a chat with Tamaze, but I'm still waiting for him to show up. I don't know if he's going to.
You got a all-star cast here. I mean, dude,
I
Outlaw,
know.
Bandit, Kush, like you got everybody here.
I know. It's crazy.
Hmm.
Bandit, how are you? You haven't been up in a while. You good, man?
No audio.
Bandito.
Bandito. I haven't seen him in a while. Like I haven't
I
seen
know.
Bandit
He's
in a
been
while.
busy. Oh, he said 1 sec.
It's weird. Like the people that I when I am streaming regularly, the people that I don't see for a month at a time, I'm like, man, this is. You kind of get to where you're like you worry about people. You're like, man, I
Yeah.
haven't seen this person in a month, and he, you know.
Dude, no, I haven't seen Tay-Maze in months. It had been months. He left a comment on my last stream. I was like, holy shit, dude, where have you been?
I know that there's so much fuckery that goes on in the manosphere that it creates a lot of it creates some divides, and sometimes it's all misunderstandings and you know, Kush, I know you know what I'm talking about, but it's good to see people, you know, after a while you're like, okay, beyond all the bullshit, it's good to see old friends.
Yeah.
Bandit, are you sticking the mic in your booty? What are you doing?
No, I'm not sticking. No,
Okay.
I'm trying to go where it's quiet and people are launching fireworks and all this other crap.
Oh,
Oh.
Yo, Bandit, what's up, man? Long time no
What's
see,
going on,
bro.
everybody?
Hey.
good to see you, bro.
Oh, not
Good to
much,
see you.
man.
Yeah, that was actually something that Kush was talking about on his stream earlier. He had Muhammad on his stream. They had a really good chat.
No, I could have.
It's
I could
really
have done
nice.
another 2 hours easily.
Right? He's interesting to talk to, isn't he?
Yeah, I'd certainly like to have him up again if he wants to be. And then I have another one coming up next week with another next Saturday. I have a stream coming up, and I'm gonna that one's gonna be really good too
Yeah.
with the gentleman I'll be speaking with. So
Your streams, Kush, are always so incognito. Like whenever I see them in my stream, it's always like a mystery. Like I read the title and I'm like, who is it? Who's the person? Who is he talking to? Like it always gets me to want to click. And but I mean, you know, I see it in my subscription feed every time, and I'm like, who's he talking to? So yeah, it's cool to see, man. It's cool.
yeah, no, that's marketing tactic. That's all.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I love it, man. I'm hooked. Like you get me every time. I'm like, okay, well, I got to know who he's talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. I was actually on Anna Mako's Minka's stream. She's actually starting doing her marketing stuff, and we were chit chatting a little bit. That was kind of cool doing that. That was a little earlier today. So, but yeah, I've learned a lot of those kind of little marketing tactics over the years too. So, and I want to try and keep my content as original as possible. I don't want to take off the same subject matter that other people do. I just want to do something. I want to have people on my panel who people haven't seen before. I want to talk about topics that other people just don't talk about. I hear a lot of people talk about one particular thing. It's the same kind of, don't be a sheeple kind of thing. I want to, everybody else in the manosphere wants to talk about this. Well, I'm going to talk about this since
I love
nobody's
that.
been given that attention. And like I did a video today on integrity just to talk about that, because I really don't hear anybody talking about it, how important that is in a MGTOW lifestyle.
I love that, man. I think that's so amazing. I see like your streams, Kush, and I see Outlaws videos and streams where it's kind of out of the I don't want to say out of the ordinary because it's so true to life, but Outlaw did recently like a retro stream.
Oh, I love those streams.
The thing is, like, while we all know and talk about the same things, recently, like on the members area of my thing, I've done some hiking videos. The point of it is everyone that's putting out different content that is relevant to men, women, humans, that is not the normal. That's really the unique thing right now. I mean, there's so many people putting out like your same relationship bullshit, fresh and fit, like the same shit. But to have genuinely unique content that is dedicated to helping men, teaching men or women, but unique. It's kind of nice to see where some of you guys are actually doing this. I mean, like Outlaw, I see your streams, and Kush, I see your streams, and like Good Mother, I see your streams railing against the woke DIE, DEI.
Yes.
Like to see so many people putting out unique content, like truly unique content to hopefully reach out to people. It's amazing to see this, and man, I just
John.
it's cool.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
You bring up one word that could sum everything up: authenticity.
Yeah.
Everything in a world where everything is fake, people strive for authenticity.
Yeah.
And going back to the basics, I mean, I said at the beginning of the year, 2023 was going to be the year going back to the basics.
Yeah.
Because it seems like integrity, like Kush's stream, perfect topic. Like you can't build without the fundamentals. You can't build a society, a group, friendships, whatever you want to call it. And people strive for that because today's world is so much is in flux. There's no bedrock anymore. We need to build the bedrock where everybody can build from there.
Well,
And that's why everybody strives for these streams, because it's like you're not getting this content anywhere because it might seem obvious to us, but society-wise, it's not. This is the outlier.
well, despite the stereotypical tropes that come with the word outlaw in the title of my name,
Mhm.
you don't want to be a one-trick pony, right? You don't want to just be known for being good at just one thing as a content creator. So you got to branch out, give them a little bit of variety, right? And that's what I try to do. I have found that these nostalgia streams have touched some people, in their lives that have helped them get through things. And, you kind of have to take a step back and understand that there's other things that help people besides, the message of MGTOW or Red Pill, right?
Right.
We're all different things hits home, and nostalgia for me is one of them. And I know that it's hitting a lot of you guys at home too. Thinking about doing some urban exploration too at some
I
point.
love those videos. That would
I
be
love that
amazing.
stuff. Oh, I love any of that. I gobble that stuff up.
Yeah.
Because that's actually the world that I came from doing content before I started doing Red Pill. So I think getting back to the roots of doing that.
That would be really cool. And Outlaw, you're in a amazing place. Like I know you. I mean, Roll Tide. Like I know your area. There's so many places in Alabama to explore. If you forgive me, to see and like, man, like that would be really cool to watch. And here's the other thing I wanted to touch on with you guys while I have y'all here is, or you have me. I love y'all's content because there's very few people I can watch, and there's very few people I actually go into their streams and actively will participate in because I'm so busy. But there are people like you guys, like literally every one of you here are putting together unique content where I think there are so many people right now that are kind of going through the motions. I see your daily uploads.
Yeah.
When I've talked to all of you, I've talked to every single one of you on this panel individually outside of YouTube or videos, or so it's really cool to see people putting out some content that is actually somewhat different. I don't know how much longer we'll be able to do it before YouTube puts the old kibosh on us.
That's why I'm loading up a lot of my content to Rumble.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it. I'm going to get myself configured to stream to Rumble here as soon as I can.
You should. You should. Cause
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I know you
Oh.
from you and I talking about when you were setting up your YouTubes, like you paid for StreamYard for what, a year in advance, didn't you? If I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're ready. You just need to know how to do it. Do you need me to make a video to show how to
I
each
think
Rumbles? It's a bitch. You have to each time you stream to Rumble, you have to set up the configuration each time, and then you put that into StreamYard. You copy
it
and
has to
paste
be a
it.
custom. It has to be a custom.
Oh, it's a
destination.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm not
If-
doing it. It's
if
way
you
too
need-
technological
Well,
for this retardedness.
Here's the thing, though, is like I'll do a live stream on Rumble and I'll get 600 views in 24, 48 hours. So, but I like if I upload a video, no views, like 12. But if I do a live stream where I live stream to two YouTubes, my Gamo John and then the Gamo John archive, and then I also live stream to YouTube to Rumble. But I have to set up Rumble first because it's a cunt.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's worth it. Like I mean, on Rumble, I get 600 views a stream within a couple days.
One thing I don't understand is, like, this is not like a issue where you guys are the only one affected by it. Like, I guarantee you, if someone said, I'm gonna $10 a month, I can make a program where you could just stream to everything. You click one button and it streams to everything.
I'd
You'd
get
pay
it.
for that in a heartbeat.
I would.
Right.
I would pay to everything. I'd pay $50 a month for that.
Yeah,
No
easy.
lie.
I'm telling you, they're like the golden opportunity here. But
Yeah.
I mean, YouTube's about to commit Harry Carey in about 6 months, because you hear what they're doing with the ad revenue and stuff. They're going to basically purge themselves.
I
It's gonna
get
be
no
Rumble.
ad revenue. Like, I
No,
don't
I'm
wanna
saying for the
interrupt-
big streamers, the ad revenue, what you guys are going to be feeling, the big guys are going to be feeling that.
You
'cause
can
they're-
make so much more money off of other stuff than ad revenue. Like if I'm a big YouTuber, I'm not worried about fuck ad revenue. I don't even care about ad revenue right now, and I'm a little streamer. I
Well,
make so much more money off of other stuff. Like ad revenue can blow me.
Oh, I hear you, but I'm saying for YouTube, that's how they make money. The YouTube's about-
Right. For them, yeah.
yeah, they're going to commit suicide,
Right.
and good for them. They deserve it.
Right.
Well, I like Cushes and I like MGTOW Outlaws. Like I like what Bandit said, authenticity, and I love just listening to two guys from different tribes just sit and have a fucking conversation. That's all. like to have a cordial communication where they can sit and talk about all the things they have in common. Like that's my favorite shit right there.
But
And that's what I try to do with this channel is bring all these people together to connect them.
Jan, you're missing a point here. Let's break that down, what you just said.
Yeah.
You miss that. Why do you miss that? It's because no one talks to each other anymore. Everybody's in their little tribal camps.
Yeah.
And, like, we never, I don't know, I might be dating myself, but like anybody that's like an 80s, 90s baby before the internet, the tribalism was never this bad. This has been,
It's true. That's yeah.
like, you could have liberal parents or conservative parents and be the opposite, and no problems. Now people don't even talk to each other.
Well, because the liberals have gotten crazier. Like the crazy bitch infection has spread and increased.
But
It's
I'm
like
just saying, like,
the last stage
tribalism's
of
so bad.
rabies. Yeah, but because I think it's just a natural reaction to people's, like Kush was saying earlier, I'm not going to be prejudiced against XYZ groups. I'm like, there's one group I will always fucking be prejudiced against, and that is crazy bitches. Because that emotional terrorism is fucking infectious. Just like I wouldn't pet a fucking raccoon that had rabies. I would stay away from crazy bitches. It's a mind virus, and it fucks people up.
I think they use that to their advantage. I mean, like,
Yes.
Absolutely.
it's intimidating, like to other people. I believe that
Yeah.
if you wave your arms, and you scream and you're crazy enough, and I believe that intimidates other people, and therefore they back down on their opinion of whatever. How else can you explain what's going on in our schools right now?
I
It's
can explain it if you want.
parasitic, though. Hold on, Bandit. It's parasitic, though. That's why they push for inclusion. You got to include everybody because that virus needs a host, and that needs
Sure,
to be
yeah.
transmitted from person to person.
Well, the
That's
funny
why I
thing
put up a serious barrier. I'm like, I don't want that shit infecting the conversations that go on right here. I want sane conversations.
Well, the thing
No,
is, with
I
me,
should leave.
the thing
No,
is,
you're
they
good.
won't. They don't mess with me because I won't put up with any of their shit. Yeah, you can come to my panel, but you're gonna understand. It's gonna be real clear and real established. I'm not gonna put up with one inkling of your shit. Not
Yeah.
one inkling. If you give me 1 ounce attitude, you give anybody in the chat 1 ounce attitude, give my guests 1 ounce attitude. You're gone. You're not timed out. You're gone. Period.
Yeah.
This is why I make it such a clear differentiating point of view. You attack the ideology, not the person.
Yeah.
The problem you run into with these people is they have infused themselves into their ideologies.
Yes, that's their identity.
Ego.
That is them.
It's
Ego.
that, and also they're using their identity as a shield for their ideology. So
Right.
you can't, if you attack my ideology, you're attacking me as a person, and by attacking me as a person, you're a bigot. So see that logic there? I'm saying not logic for us, but I'm saying that's their logic.
Yeah.
So
And it's
if
it's
you
all
attack
emotional.
the person, then it's just like, oh, you're ganging up, and then they can throw the sympathy cards out, and then they have AK White Knight cancer, where everybody hops onto them and protects them.
Right.
And whatever saying before, the reason why they're freaking out right now, we're in a time
Because they're
of
losing.
switch. Yes, the pendulum switch is happening,
Oh, I know.
and
Oh yeah.
It's swinging hard.
Have y'all seen how many people have been fired recently? All the
I know,
diversity
I
people are
love
like,
it. I love
fucking get
it.
out of here, Bud Light.
I
Everybody
love
else is
it.
like, get out of here, you rainbow motherfucker.
Now
Yep.
I know
we all want to
I'm
gloat
sorry.
right now, but this is the
Yes.
most dangerous time. Until the other side
Bandit, don't rain on my boner.
I'm not
No,
raining.
no,
I'm
no.
saying
all
I'm
four of you
saying
know.
have your
all-
guards up, because
Yeah.
the time of turmoil is now, because we're
I
in
know.
that if liberal was 100 and conservative was 0, we're at 60 right now. All right,
Yeah.
we're not at 50 yet. Once we gain momentum, then it's the time for take that knife and kind of twist it a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
They're gonna
I love
start.
it.
They're gonna get more and more desperate.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
Oh,
that's
yeah.
why I'm trying to put the
But
you know,
but if you look at their desperation, it's just a bigger 4-year-old temper tantrum.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
when-
we're talking about people who don't like guns, who don't even have guns, like, and need
Guns are
people
awesome.
to protect
Guns are
them.
awesome.
Guns are awesome.
I wish I could do a thumbs up right about now, but
Right.
But look, all four of you know how outspoken I am about this community. I don't like the ideology.
Yeah.
It's infected schools. They're now going after kids. But even I understand. Look, I don't hate people who have that lifestyle choices, wanting to be gay or lesbian or whatever. It's the
Right.
ideology. It's how far they're being pushed, being sponsored by the government.
Well,
Things like this.
Why is that outlawed? Why? Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Why is it that? Like, why? I mean, is it because these people are in Epstein's black book, and they're trying to get this agenda pushed before they get caught? Like, why are there so? Why is everybody a kid fucker all of a sudden? What's going on?
no.
You wanted- you want me to explain it to you?
Please.
It's real
Yeah.
simple. What is the closest thing what's the purpose of Marxism? Taking away every distinction between individuals. So we first started with what? We started with nationality, then nationality, race, then we went to gender. After gender, what's the next big target? Age. So what's the difference between a 9-year-old and a 90-year-old? That I'm not agreeing with this. I'm just saying
Right.
the whole purpose of this The whole purpose why they're pushing maps is because they want to take away all distinction. There's going to be nothing difference between myself and Good Mother, myself, Gama John, or Kush,
I
or
agree.
Outlaw. We're all, cogs in a machine. So the only way to do that is you have to basically destigmatize everything that makes us
Right.
different.
Yeah,
The
that's what
fact of being
true
different.
Marxism is. Yep.
Yeah, the fact of being different is basically the Achilles heel, the Trojan horse for their ideology is being different. Anybody that goes against the narrative is basically, the person they need to demolish, because that little spark of individualism is basically, in their eyes, cancer that will spread throughout their community and destroy it from the inside out.
Mhm.
So
I love that.
that's why they go after. That's why maps are the next big thing. That's why they're going.
Yeah.
That's what age, and after age, the final step after age, the only difference after that is the human spirit, because there's really no big differences after the human spirit, because once they break your spirit, they have you by the balls. That's the
Yeah.
I
last.
agree. Can I
That's
just?
the last hiccup. It's age and then that. And that's
so
why they're
beautiful,
That's
desperate.
true.
Brandon.
Yeah.
That's
He's
why they're
right.
so desperate right now, because in their eyes, they see the ending of the tunnel. That's why they're getting like brazen. That's why they're getting they don't care about what the news says about that. Why you think this DEI? They did this. I'm not trying to get politics involved, but if you look at Hillary did the
Yeah.
exact thing. She thought she had it,
Yep.
and then she started gloating, and she started not going in other states, and then Trump came in and won. That's what they're
Yeah.
having right now. They're gloating. They're like, we are on step 99 out of 100. We need one more step, and we're just gonna gloat because we got this in the bag, and then it topples because they were too boastful. And the thing is, COVID did one great thing. It showed that parents grew their balls and said, "You're not doing this to my kid."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is the spark that destroyed everything. Because one thing is for sure, you can target me, but you target my kids.
Yeah,
Hell
I
has no
remember
wrath
a lot
of
of
my
my,
fury.
my colleagues at work. They got really that really got them fired up when it
Yep.
started. They got much more active in their schools and their kids.
But you know what? I think there needs to be a clear fucking distinction, because the majority of the people that I see that get the finger pointed at them are men, like trans women, for instance. The feminists are still pointing their fucking finger at the men when it's been the feminists the entire time that have been applauding this shit and enabling it, and
Because,
they are getting zero fucking accountability held to them.
well, you know the social hierarchy. Who's on the bottom?
Men,
No, a certain group of men.
white men.
There you go.
I know.
Who do they normally target every single time they have
But
these?
that's the
up?
trans men that they're fucking target, or like the trans women are typically white men. Like
Yeah, why
they're
is that?
why?
Proving their social score. It's basically social Marxism. Okay, if my life sucks as a straight white male, how do I compete? Okay, when it comes to do or die, like if we're almost at the end of, we're almost at the Marxism. If I'm trying to save myself, what do? I
See
become
that right there?
Yeah.
You got one. I still need to get one.
But I'm saying good
Nice
hat, but
hat.
I'm just saying that's why you
The
become,
hammerhand hat.
that's why you become the way. That's why they become transgender, because now they have victim points.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point. It's
Or-
basically white men. It's basically you're on the bottom and you're deciding the way.
Yeah,
that
but
like.
there's so many facets of trans. It's not just that. It's also young kids that think it's cool because it's trendy and they want to fit in. There's also men that actually feel so fucking terrible about themselves because society and everybody their entire life has been telling them what fucking pieces of shit they are and how much better women are. So it's like, what what do you do except, maybe
you get-
try that out?
You've basically two options. Option one
Mhm.
is you find a mentor that steers you to the right path, and then you basically grab yourself again and rebuild yourself. Option two is basically societal change. And the thing is,
That's what I'm
it's one
going
of-
for.
no, it's one of those things like I'm speaking in general terms, so don't shoot me here, but white's been taking on the chin for a long time. When they decide to not take it on the chin anymore, shit's gonna get real quick. Because
Well, yeah.
when you mobilize 60% of the population,
Yeah.
shit's gonna get done real quick.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that's enough. Remember, everything is demographics. I hate to say it, that is the truth of any civilization, any group. It's always about demographics. If you have the numbers, you can get anything accomplished. That's why they're pushing so hard on so many angles, because if a certain group mobilized, which I can't say because we're getting into that territory, but if a certain
No, you can say everything on this channel. It's
I'm
good.
just saying, if a certain group mobilizes and decides we're going to take our sovereignty back, it's
Yeah.
over. I mean,
Yeah.
every gain in the last 100 years gets reverted,
Yeah.
and that's the other thing. The whole purpose of transgenderism is to abolish the Civil Rights Act of 1965. That's the purpose of it. Because if I'm a man and that now I'm a woman and I now can get women's scholarships, there's no distinction between a man and a woman. That null and voids the 1965 Civil Rights Act, because there's no differences anymore. Hence what we talked about before. The whole purpose of this is to take away distinctions between sexes. All distinctions need to go. You need to get rid of the Civil Rights Act for their agenda to get accomplished. How do you do that? Transgenderism.
Yeah, but the Civil Rights Act also produced fucking affirmative action. So, which
But-
also it's like the parent of DIE.
I agree with you, but I'm saying, how do you null and void the Civil Rights Act? You have to make it so that there's no difference between males and females, and the only way to do that is through transgenderism. It's the only way.
Wow. I'm not sad to see it go, actually.
Oh, if you want to talk about affirmative action, I mean, I'm celebrating. I think it's wonderful.
I know. I think I'm so excited about that. There's so many feminists that are like, I shared an article earlier that was like, oh my gosh, it was so stupid. They said, what did they say? This is a Texas, because Texas feminists are freaking out big time, right? And they said, as race-neutral college admissions begin, Texas counselors work to convince students of color they still belong. So a key word that they said in there was, students of color are having to rethink everything from the subjects of their essays to the schools they are targeting. Like, they actually have to think non-racial.
And the great thing about this whole thing is,
Yeah.
what's the difference between a college? Oh, go ahead, John.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just saying hi to Dak. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh.
Please.
I was just saying, what's the big difference between a college application and a job interview?
What?
Absolutely nothing. It's the same freaking process. I have to fill out an application.
Yeah.
So if they get rid of affirmative action at the collegiate level,
Yes.
Someone's
it spreads
someone's
everywhere else.
make it to the job, and then
Yep.
that basically means all diversity is
Yep.
null and void.
Everywhere.
And when
Exactly.
Oh yeah, this is a
That-
domino. This is a
That's
domino.
the domino.
Yep.
I mean, literally,
know.
that's the domino that's going to destroy DEI. It's going
Yeah.
to
Oh, it's done.
disappear. DEI.
It's
EF,
fucking done. It's
all-
already
People are
dead,
getting
Bandit.
fired. Like, people are getting
Yeah.
fired as we speak. Like,
Yeah.
it's
love
crazy.
it.
I keep seeing like they're firing people, and I'm like over here just like, okay, this is great. Like,
Well, I
Yeah.
heard
I'm
the-
so
I heard the stat-
excited.
Right?
What did I hear today? Bud Light so far has lost $28 billion.
Oh my god, that's delicious.
I don't, do you guys follow Tree of Logic? She's more, she does news on a different angle, but Bud Light just had to shut down.
A glass plant.
2 glass companies got shut
Yeah.
down, and it's like 600 people just lost their job because of the Bud Light thing.
Yeah.
I hate that they lost their job, but at
Yeah.
the same hand, you have to kind of be like, look, it either we as a society of people, whether you're left or right or like whatever your political, I don't fucking care. As a society, at some point, either we stand for our children or we just bend over for the demons.
Gotta be. It's gotta be.
Yes, you got to cut it off. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. And the thing is, the other thing is you get to see, I love what's going on with all this affirmative action and everything right now, because you're also seeing the fake conservatives, the people that are going against it, like, oh, your true colors are coming out. You're seeing a lot of people's true colors come out right now. And you're seeing stupid people like Ashley St. Clair and other people showing their hands that, you know, they're just grifters just like everybody else. So
Bandit.
this is a great time for, you know, following your basics once again and saying, oh, why are you fighting this so often? Oh, I see your true nature now. So it's always great to see all that happen.
Yeah.
Do you
makes
feel
sense.
like that the saying of these are your true colors is kind of shaming language that they use against people? I think that at some point where perhaps my views might be extreme, do you feel like maybe people use that shaming language technology to kind of to make people feel bad for having a more conservative approach to, you know, whatever it is in society right now? I think that like so many people say anytime there is someone holding someone accountable, it seems like the other person claims abuse or how dare you. Am I wrong?
That's a
Yes.
feminist thing to do.
But
That's
why?
female.
Why would they do that? Because what you just did is you just had a factual conversation. Your actions
No.
divulge. No, I'm just let me finish, and then you can. I just want to say this real. Your actions made me do another action, and now you're calling me out. So I can't refute my own action. So all I have now is shaming tactics to keep you in line, because
Right.
if you call me a hypocrite, calling me a hypocrite doesn't matter. But if my audience knows that I'm a hypocrite, I lose my audience. So they have to, by default, go in and do a character assassination, because if they don't do that, they lose their audience. Remember,
Right.
anytime you have someone else on a debate, you're representing what your core values are. And if someone calls you out, especially when you have, well, quote unquote, a leader, because everybody that streams is technically a leader. They're dictating, or they're having a stream, and then people are following them. So
Right.
if your followers say, "Oh, I'm a hypocrite," guess what? They're not going to follow you anymore. And then it's
Yeah.
just a snowball from there. So by default, they have to character assassinate. And that's when you just smile and go, I won. Because anybody that character assassinates when you have a factual conversation, you
Yes.
won.
Yeah,
Everybody, everybody that's
but-
educated knows that.
But something you guys need to really understand is, John, like when they're saying that, when they're accusing you of all these awful things for telling the truth, they're actually projecting what they're doing onto you. They're pretty much confessing at that point. They're just trying to blame you for it.
It's always been hard for me to determine. Like I've been in relationships with women in my life where I'm like, this
Yeah.
girl, I really love her. Like I genuinely cared,
Yeah.
you know.
Mhm.
And it was hard for me to determine whether or not I was being unreasonable or she was just being manipulative, but I kind of feel like right now we're seeing so much manipulative behavior with people whenever it comes to accountability. Whenever you try to
Yes.
say, hey, what you did here was fucked up, we have people that are like, no, what does my body count matter? Or no, that doesn't matter. Like it didn't. It's a weird place because like everything in my life that's ever been fucked up, I'm accountable for. Like that's on me.
Oh no,
It's
we're even running into that in the professional realm with a customer. They made a major fuck up. They chose a feature. They didn't opt for a feature on the equipment. It's a bitch to retrofit it now that the machine's built. I mean, it's going to cost a ton of money, add a lot of time to the delivery, and they're just they're trying to project this on us, saying, "Oh, Iridium, you should have told us that we need to buy this. You should have been more aggressive about marketing that to us."
they just don't want to pay.
One word, no, 2 words: accountability and responsibility.
Yes, the lack thereof.
People do not like to be reminded of the accountability that they're not taking for the actions that they've done to other people.
Yeah.
And John, to
agree.
answer your question, why do they attack you for holding them accountable? Because it is easier to character assassinate than to be held accountable because of today's laws. Now, if you made it so freedom of speech and I can say whatever I want at work and we can all get along, no one's going to character assassinate. Why do you think anymore? Because look in the 80s and 90s, you said some stupid shit. If you're a
I do it.
weakling,
Bandit, I do it all the time, every day, every chance I get. When I go to this corporate job, I say all the things I say on here.
but I'm just saying, I'm saying this is for the average person. If you went in the 80s and 90s and said something stupid to a bully, you're going to get popped.
Right.
Okay? You said
right.
something stupid at work, people are going to laugh at you. So how do you fix character assassination? 2 words: holding them accountable and shame.
Can I just touch on that, Bandit?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't. I'm strangely disconnected from a lot of human interaction and emotion. I don't ever care what other people think about me in particularly, but I know that other people do. I've seen other people be very concerned with this, cripplingly so, I would say. How can I interact with someone who is so concerned with these things that I never consider? Like I never think about
Okay, I can
the
answer that
people
question.
trying to character assassinate. To touch on what you were saying, like I don't think about all of these character assassination techniques or how to destroy my enemy or link them to. I don't consider any of this, but I know other people do. How do I deal with that?
It has to be by law. So for example, if you're a conservative, I'm just using these in broad terms. If you're a conservative, what do you have? You have a family, you have a good paying job. So you have things that the left that doesn't have good paying jobs or kids that can target. So if you're, as a conservative, you're already at a disadvantage because you have weak spots in your armor. Like if someone said, you know what, you lose your job and it's not just I go hungry, my whole family goes hungry, or I'm going to go after your kids, I'm going to take your kids away for having a certain viewpoint, you're going to shut up real quick. If you don't have I'm saying as a society, I'm not saying you, John, I'm saying as a society, people are going to shut up because I don't want to lose my kids. I mean, look what that sad thing in Texas. You don't think that's going to happen with that guy that lost his kid that was going to try to get, I mean, he had to go to the court system, kudos to him, but I'm just saying that's what makes people scared. So how do you fight that?
What?
Anybody that targets your kids, you need to go society, you need to get the gallows.
Are you talking
know what I
about
mean.
Jeff? Are you talking about Jeff Younger?
Yeah, I'm saying in general.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
that scares
his
a lot
wife-
of people.
His
That
wife,
scares a ton.
ex-wife, took his fucking sons to Cali and is trying to transition one of them. Yeah,
And then you have states like
And the courts
California.
aren't doing anything about it. That's the
Why don't the
problem.
wife like? Why don't these women care about their own kids? Like,
Dude,
I keep seeing women like they're trying to transition their own sons. I'm like, why the fuck don't you care about your own kid?
Because they just don't. They're using their child as a tool for their own narcissism. My mom was the same fucking way.
Look,
like,
even if you wanted to fuck the ex-husband, what about your own offspring? Like,
They don't
look,
care.
even
It's
if I
gone.
hate,
no,
listen,
John,
I can
they
be
aren't,
hateful.
John.
Even if I hate a woman, why would I would want my own kid to succeed over my hatred for this cunt?
You're preaching to
John,
the choir, John.
John, it's the same brain malfunction that causes women to abort their babies on a regular basis. Like, I saw a meme earlier, and it was like, we live in a society that fucking, where women laugh about tearing babies from the uterus limb by limb, but they'll cry over somebody using the wrong pronouns.
Wait,
like, that's how fucked people's brains are right
take
now.
that a step further. That person wants an abortion when they're going to the abortion clinic and they get in a car accident, and that baby dies. What does that other person get charged with? Murder.
Yeah.
So,
but these aren't mothers. These are terrible fucking mothers. That's why feminism has fucked up families so bad, because it hijacked the brains of mothers. Like, these aren't real mothers. These are narcissistic, use your children as utility crazy bitches.
It's the whole play on emotions thing. Oh, the children.
But it's a death cult. It's a death cult because
it is a death cult.
The more they don't have kids, the more the right have more kids, the demographics change. It might not take one generation. It might take 2 or 3 generations. But if you, as liberals, if liberals keep killing their kids and conservatives have just 2 kids per family, within 2 generations, they're gonna out demographic them. Why do you think they have? And this is gonna go into the pride talk, because everybody knows that if you get sexually assaulted, the likelihood of you turning trans, gay, or lesbian is 10 to 50 times more likely to happen. There's people in this sphere that call it vampirism. They literally prey on kids to convert them to being gay, lesbian, or trans. It's a death cult.
That's where they'll get the demographics.
Why do you think they keep preaching we're coming after your kids? They're telling you what they're doing because that's how they keep their numbers up. Everything is a demographics game. You kill the cult, you kill the numbers, you kill the cult.
Yeah, but to kill the numbers, you have to put up boundaries from crazy bitchery.
You need to you have to allow the ability for the right kind of judgment, aka changing people's minds has to be an easier decision than the alternative. It's that simple. So if you make it so that you do this action and you don't go to jail or worse, that's why I'm saying shame is a tactic. It's a legal tactic that everybody on this panel can do. It's the easy way to convert someone to your cause that's weak-minded is to shame.
Bastard factories.
And that's my whole point. I can't change the law. What I can control is you come after my kids, I'm going to destroy you.
Yeah.
And everybody knows I'm going to destroy you, so they leave me alone. That's the whole thing, is you have to have the reputation and the ability to prove that I'm crazy enough to do that.
But they act like you're crazy. If you would defend your children with violence, they act like you're crazy. And I'm like, this is you're attacking my children.
Yeah, this is my blood you're talking about.
I would do anything to protect them. Why am I crazy?
John, you have to understand that these people are indoctrinated. They're hardwired to think a certain way.
They're not people.
They're not.
Right, because they've been taught, and the hatred of previous generations that have been taught to them have been passed down. They've been taught not to be moral. Look, if you had a nation full of people who were moral, right, you have foundations that you stand upon. When you teach people to be immoral, well, you don't have any grounds to stand on. You don't stand for nothing, and you can fall for anything. That's what has happened to these modern women. They have been indoctrinated by previous generations to think and feel this way. It's
Mhm.
it's a taught hatred. It's a taught immorality that has been passed down.
Yeah.
You see it logically. Bandit, all of us sees it logically, but they don't because they weren't taught to think logically.
See,
They're
I
not
take that a
taught to
step
think critical
further.
thinking.
It's not that they teach you to think out. If you take away moral standing, you
Yeah.
can get any law passed. So every law, if you look at laws in general, all the law is a moral standard that you're putting on someone else. It's a societal moral standard you're putting on society is a law.
Yeah.
If you destroy morals, that means laws are null and void, because that means any insane law. I can make murder. Anytime someone murders somebody, they get $1 million.
Ah,
But I'm saying this is
I
what
love
I'm,
it.
this
As
is
long
what
as
I'm
it's a
saying.
feminist.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
but you know what I'm saying? Like, you can make any law. If laws
I
are
like
now
it.
immoral, that basically null and voids all laws, because I can just justify almost everything, and that's
That
the
reminds
point.
me.
It's the change. It's the societal change. This is the Marxist collapse. This is what they're
Yeah.
trying to do. Everything is supposed to be going in and destroying the core values, because that's what they fear.
Yeah.
Because if any moral standing person stands up to them, it's the stand up fallacy. You know the saying where they do a study and there's 5 people and they say no, when you damn well know that 1 + 1 is 2, and they say 3, and everybody raises their hand, says this is 3, and looks at you and says, you better raise your hand because it's supposed to be 3. Now,
Yeah.
one person says it takes a lot of courage for that one person to say it's 2. If another person says it's 2, it's a domino effect.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. They know if they
Yeah.
don't nip this in the bud, it's a cancer that's going to destroy their eyes. Our
I
eyes,
know.
Wow.
it's like putting a flashlight on a cockroach.
Yeah.
Speaking in
See,
their terms,
Yeah,
it's the cancer that's going to destroy them.
It's great because it totally works the other way too. Like how a
Yeah.
bad apple can spoil the bunch. If you put one fucking person that is just no bullshit, put their foot down at all times into a toxic environment, that shit spreads too.
That's why
Yeah.
everybody should smile. If you're targeted and you get yelled at in a group, just smile, because you know what you did. You're proving to yourself and everybody else that you're by having one countering opinion, you're destroying their whole narrative and everybody.
Yeah.
They fear you more than God Himself
Well,
because
that's why these,
you have a
yeah,
contradicting opinion.
Yeah.
that's why these crazy bitches don't bother me, because I make fun of them. I just think it's funny.
If
And,
you're going, go ahead. Sorry about that.
I just one more point I wanted to make, going back to a little bit. It's like what I had, about the morals and ethics. We were talking about that in my stream earlier today, about you have to have something. I don't
Yeah.
care if you're a religious person or not, but you have to have something bigger than you. You have to be adherent to or feel you're a part of, whether you're a constitutionalist, whether you're a devout Catholic, whether you are devout Muslim, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But you believe in a set of values associated with that. Or you want to call it the Force in Star Wars. I don't care. Just believe in that to some degree. Have some set of core values, and that's what so many people are devoid of, I think.
It's because everybody's trying to be their own God.
Yeah.
Because submission at some level is a needed attribute for every individual. I don't care how freaking alpha you are. You have to
Yes.
submit to something, because the narcissism, the godlike complex, all the shitty things in society are all because you don't fear something. You have to fear repercussion. You have to fear
Mm-hmm.
failure. You have to fear something, because otherwise you can't freaking grow as a person. If you can't,
No.
if you have success and you can justify all your actions because, I'm omnipotent, but I'm not, then when you have that existential crisis of I made a mistake and I'm being called out on, you have this shitstorm, I'm crying, or character assassination, whatever, because your whole image is this topic or this thing.
Yep.
And if I target that without submitting to something that's higher value. That could be a god, it could be your principles, your ethics, your morals. You have no armor. You're basically going into battle with a wooden sword, and your t-shirt as armor. If you have principles and you get called out on, it does two things. It either reinforces your principles, which makes you even stronger as a person, or you might question your principles, which is fine, and say, hey, I was wrong. Okay, I see the new light. Okay, I'm going to do some research. But that takes by submitting to that takes more, more gumption and more I'm trying to think of the better word for it. Takes more strength to submit than I would argue takes than being an alpha. Because if you're submitting, you're taking a risk. Being an alpha is no risk. I just go in and say what I say and not question anybody and say my shit don't stink. To submit, you literally have to take a leap of faith. And that takes more strength than anything else.
I agree. Bandit, man, like you said so much there, man. I just wanted to touch on it. Like, I'm a firm believer that you cannot grow without being willing to be broken a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, everything I've ever learned in life that was worthwhile, I learned in the broken places, the hard part, the shit, it's a terrible thing, but in your lowest points in life, that's where you learn the most.
Yeah.
As a man. And I agree with what you said. I think that you have to be. I think that this is why so many young women today struggle, is they can't be humbled. And as a man, you have to reach a point in which you become humbled with who you really are. Like, not who your ego thinks you are, but who you really are. And I think too many young people today maybe can't reach this bottom, can't reach this humbling point of self-realization, maybe.
And to answer your question, John, real quick, and I'm sorry, because you brought up a good point. I'm going to answer your question. How does a man get humbled? Another man. How does a woman get humbled?
Another woman.
No, her children.
Should be the mother.
No, it's not.
Be.
It should be, but in general, it's your kids. And by aborting your kids, you never have to be accountable for anything. Because kids will hold you accountable to the nth degree. If you have to be in charge of your kids, guess what? If we're following old school principles and I'm working and you're in your leadership in your household while I'm not there, guess what? Kids are going to say, I want this. And the kids are going to hold you responsible real quick. They're going to hold you accountable real quick. If you said you're going to go out at 9:00 and you don't go out at 9:00, they're going to call you out on that. Maybe not at 3 years old, but 10, 11 years old, they're going to call you out.
Dude, by 10, 11, the mom has the kid so fucked up, if she's fucked up, that she thinks that the kid thinks that's okay and that's normal. I mean, something Tamaze was going over in his thing. He was talking about, I forgot where he said it was. He's like, yeah, what's going on with this community? You have a bunch of children that can't read. They can't do anything. Oh, Tamaze. He's somebody that's supposed to be showing up for a chat.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. Where the fuck is this dude?
Well, he hasn't been to the channel in a while.
Okay.
John, I've always.
Yeah. But no, it's the mothers though that are fucking failing society. Like if we are to group the largest demographic of people that are doing the most harm, it's mothers.
Agreed. And I'm telling you, if they would stop aborting on a societal level, maybe not an individual, but as a societal level, if they had kids to hold them accountable, you're still gonna have the outliers. You're gonna have the insane ones. We can't fix the insane ones, but if you
we need to fix laws, the whole structure and laws and all the things that are put in place that protect mothers even from their children telling the truth. Like, that's a big deal.
Both of you. Like, I agree with both of you. I think Bandit's right. Like, we need to. It's the abortion situation. Like, if women had to carry out the term of their whatever, one night stands, or if they had to carry out the term of the baby and raise that child, like there would be a level of responsibility ideally over time. Maybe not at first.
so
Maybe-
many more women having children that are fucking up their children, even, is what
Well,
I'm
yeah.
saying. Like the
Well, yeah.
aborted babies, okay, that's a small number of women that are actually
Well, you can't
harming
stop these
children.
broads from fucking. You can't stop them.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe a video I watched last night. I was just watching like disturbing videos like on YouTube or
course.
You were torturing yourself. Little self-harm.
What it was a crazy bitch
Yeah.
situation. This mother had a child. She had these very nice custodial people who were like distant relatives who had a house they had put on the market, and they couldn't sell it for like 3 years. So they let this mother live there rent free for 3
Mhm.
years.
Yeah.
And then after they, finally sold the house, they're like, "Hey, you're gone.
Yeah.
You've been living here free." She put all kinds of injunctions, made threats, everything.
Can you
Yeah,
imagine
stop the
getting
law.
3
No,
years of
you know,
free rent?
And then ultimately ended up killing 2 cops.
Yeah.
I think with a pew pew and yeah, it
Mhm.
came to a shootout.
But
She had the kids record it
yeah.
on their
Yeah,
cell
yeah.
phones.
And the kids did it.
Cops.
Yeah.
But
And-
John,
But hold on, Outlaw. But that's like going back to like in my little scroll bar, like cutting off the welfare programs. That I mean, because going back to what John was asking earlier, like what's wrong with these mothers? These mothers are literally able. They've been taught. Society has taught them to use their children as a utility for resources.
And that's what she did. the
And
whole
that's
time.
through men, that's through fucking the government, that's through the kindness of strangers. Like
But isn't there
mothers have been
something?
doing this for a while.
But isn't there something in women that is like, this is despicable? Like, and here's my thing.
It
Like, hear me,
should
just
be.
hear me out. Men
Should
have
be.
a thing in men where we're like, I can kill and I can fight and I can crush the skulls of my enemies, but I'll also protect the innocent. Like, we have this thing. Like, isn't there something in women that's like, hey, this is
No.
despicable?
No, it's been
Shame.
removed because society applauds women when they do all these bad things and they condemn the men when they do the bad things. Well,
Yeah,
like we literally have university graduates that go into all the structures of society that will literally help the women use their children as tools. They guide them
Yeah,
and
but-
teach them.
Yeah, but it's her kids. Like, it's her own offspring. Like, I could get it if it was like somebody else's kids and like you
I
push them down
know.
the steps. I get it, but like
I know.
it's her own children. Like,
I've had this
I know.
discussion with other conservative people, John. I've had this discussion, and it's the same thing. You say the same thing. It's like this very conservative woman said the same thing to me. How can you do this? How can these people do this? How can these immigrant people who come to Houston do this to their kids and disregard them? I'm like, you don't understand. They simply don't give a fuck.
Right.
I
yeah, but
I
it's
can't
their
explain
own
it. I can't
kids.
apply.
Like, it's their
I
own-
know.
I'm
It's
not-
weird for you to conceptualize
I can't-
because you're not that degenerate.
Yeah.
Well, it's a
Oh.
good thing, John. By you being disgusted, that just proves that you have a moral standing. Like,
Yeah.
this is all disgusting.
Well, listen, the idea that I'm the moral standing is one, deplorable to me, and two, like, what the fuck? Why is this so foreign to other humans? Like, I don't understand. It's
Because they're
your
not
own-
human.
It's
They're not
your kids.
because
They're
Be-
animals. They're
be-
fucking animals.
because they're not taught to correctly value life the way they're supposed to.
I don't. I no. I think
100%.
they're brainwashed into not. I think valuing
Yeah.
life is a natural thing
Well,
that needs to
valuing
be
life
beat
can
or
this whole thing
untaught.
could be fixed with shame, because
Mhm.
shame is a double. If you have group shame, like
Mhm.
but back in the day, okay, even like we'll just say 50s, 60s, 70s. If I went and beat my brother with a stick and my neighbor caught me, my neighbor would beat my ass. And then
Right.
my neighbor would tell my mom, and then my mom would beat my ass. So I'm being held double accountable.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's so flipped that I beat my brother with a switch. I'm getting $100 for it. That's basically where we are society. So how you fix that is you have to, it takes a community to raise a kid. So you have to, you can't look at this generation. This generation's fucked. There's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is plant the seeds for the next generation to get the ball to be more to be more family values. So
Yeah.
the only way you can, like, we're not going to see change like we want to see change. It's going to take multiple generations to make change.
Oh yeah.
The only thing you can do is be the shining light in a dim tunnel. You have to be the, you know, the antithesis. No, I'm sorry, the paragon of truth, the paragon of values. So your light is going to shine for everybody else. And then you have to put yourself in a position where you can be a role model for someone else. And that's how you do change. I can't fix the world, but I can fix 10 kids. I could do Boys and Girls Club and help 10 kids. And those 10 kids are going to pass their value, and they hopefully have 2 kids. Okay, I just affected 30 people right there.
Yeah.
Or actually 40 because they had to get married. So I affected 40 people. By 10 people got amplified by 4 just because I was a role model in someone's life. That's how you affect change. We can't change the laws. No one in here are in politics, but we can change
I'm
people's
changing
values.
laws.
Changing
We-
laws.
I need to talk to Woody actually about this secular version of Sharia law. I want to get
But I'm trying to speak to
instituted.
everybody on their panel. We all have accountability in here. We all can do something on our little small level that can affect massive change. If everybody here decided to go to the Boys and Girls Club and say, I'm going to foster a kid, I'm going to at one weekend, I'm going to go in and do a foster one boy or one girl and be that role model in that kid's life. You're telling me you're not going to affect change?
Yeah.
In a generation? Hell yeah, you are. If enough people did that, the moral standing would change within a generation, and guess what? Then all the law, then the United States is our oyster. We could do whatever the hell we want because everything's going to change. That's how you affect change. You laws are pointless because laws can
You
get
think that?
no, laws are pointless because laws are based off of, like Outlaw said, they're based on morality. So how do we fix society? We need to change morality. You change morality, you change the laws, you change society. That's the hierarchical structure on how you affect change. Change the
No,
morals, change the
you-
laws.
You
Change the
change what
culture.
goes on in the university because culture is generated at university and politics is downstream of culture.
And downstream of what they teach you is they're teaching you their moral standards at college, and you're passing that in that age. And I'm telling you the opposite. You pass your moral standard to Boys and Girls Club, you're basically becoming the college in the inverse. I'm raising a kid with values that's not my kid that I'm passing on. I mean, that's a MGTOW philosophy right there. You don't need to be a father. You can be a father to another kid. It doesn't have to be your biological son. It could be your adopted son through Boys and Girls Club. That's how you affect. And most men struggle with a legacy. I just solved you 2 major aspects in a man's life. You want to pass your viewpoints on to the next generation, and you want to have a legacy. There, Boys and Girls Club. If every MGTOW did that had means to do that, you're telling me how much value as much value as I'm giving to that kid, I'm getting 50-fold back. Like, you're going to give yourself a purpose. You're going to go to the gym. You're going to be a good reference because now I'm being once again, I'm being held accountable by someone else. I'm submitting to someone else. I'm submitting to that kid because the kid's submitting to me and I'm submitting to the kid. By me, he's holding me accountable. That's what I mean by submit. He's holding me accountable because if I'm going to be a role model, I can't just be going drinking every weekend. I'm going to have to think of a plan, what we're going to do together. We're going to do some values. We're going to do some fun things, learn some things. My whole aspect of life is changing just because that kid is now holding me accountable. That's how you pass legacy. That's how you do change. Everything we talk about gets solved by just doing that.
Bandit.
Mhm.
Let me ask you a question, man. I
Yeah.
don't want to interrupt. I don't.
No, go
I
ahead.
apologize. I'm curious. Like you and I see tremendous dignity and honor in taking, in this understanding. Most women, young women for sure, don't place any value on being responsible or accountable for their actions. Whereas, I mean, look, like you and I get it. Like I get it. If I do something bad and it hurts my neighbor, I feel shitty. And I feel like that means something to me. But most young women today don't have that instilled in them. I feel like there's no way we'll ever make that cool. Like to these young girls who only care about boys' attention. And boys at that age only care about if she looks, the appropriate specifications will skeet on her. Is there a way, like, and again, I don't want to put you on the spot. I know it's not
No,
your
go ahead.
place, but like, how can we approach it so that we can get men to understand that men, you want to have dignity and respect. She wants degradation. And again, I don't mean disrespect to women, but women like this. Like women like to get choked out, and no offense, girls, but like women, it's more exciting to them a certain level of degradation in which, whereas to a man, it would be more exciting to have a woman who is more one-on-one with him, his own woman, so to speak. We fetishize and fantasize about two separate things, whereas a woman might have grape fantasies or otherwise.
You can say rape on this channel.
Do you want me to answer
Oh,
that?
great. Some girls want to get choked out and raped. Like, I don't
Yeah.
want to. And look, I've been with girls who it's very, we're on the same page and we both agree, but she wants me to kind of, and I'm a little bit like, yeah, this is weird. Like,
Well, do you want to know why?
please. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to
What-
understand this.
what
too,
is a
'cause I had
ra- what-
chick do this to me once, had me want to do that, and I was like, I was not down with
What-
that shit at all.
What is a rape fantasy? A
I
rape
mean, I've
fantasy
had-
is a screaming of "I need to submit."
Yeah.
It's what it is.
Yeah.
They're screaming. They're saying, "Take me now. Make me your toy." Okay, that is basically what they're screaming at you. They're screaming at you, "I need to submit." So, as a man, if you raised your kids right, the best thing that would be is they understand the leadership role, and they have the moral fiber and upbringing, and understand that they need to be held accountable by something else too. This is where it brings up the whole thing where we bring about accountability. Accountability is a three-pronged structure. Someone's looking at you to be accountable. Someone's looking up to you to be accountable. You're looking at someone below you being accountable, and then someone else, a third party, is supposed to hold you accountable. So you will not just go astray. So, like for example, if you have your wife in a normal household, you have your wife. Your wife is going to hold you accountable, because if you screw up, they're gonna run to the races. Okay, and you're gonna say no. I'm leading the household. Now, what prevents me from being a tyrant is what we don't talk about, and that is a kid, because the kid's gonna look at you. Is going to be the polarizing force that's going to say, I can't be a tyrant because I need to pass on values to the next generation. And I need to pass on values. He's preventing me to be a tyrant, because if I'm going to be the leader of a household and not have that accountability person, your ego is going to get involved and you're going to be a tyrant. It's human nature. This is politics. This is everything else. We all have the bottom up, but we don't have the sideways motion. The sideways accountability would be your kid, because a kid's gonna be in the back of the mind. If daddy hurts mommy, I'm gonna back of every man's mind is, if I hit my wife and the kid sees it, kid's gonna repeat that. He's gonna think it's okay to hit a woman, and the back of your damn mind that if I do this, he's gonna view this as it's okay, and he's holding me accountable. That's the problem. We don't have accountability on every level. So it's okay if you don't have the moral upbringing. See, this is the problem. We had this is the big problem. One generation of feminism destroyed the family, and now it's created men to be quote unquote alpha domineering tyrants and women being insufferable feminists. Both are massive issues. How do we fix it? We need to have a third person hold both sides accountable in a family structure. It doesn't, when I'm talking a family structure, I'm talking a small societal structure. You need a third person. So that could be a mentor holding that person accountable. It could be a kid. It needs to be an outside third vested party. Because that will keep me from being a tyrant and will keep the woman not to step out because she has something to lose other than the husband. So, or the third party. So you always need 3 people in your life to hold you accountable at 3 different levels. You have someone that submits to you, and then a third party that's going to look at you as a role model. Because if you have those roles, there's no way I can step out of line. Because if I value my kid, and this is the big if I value the next generation, I can't go in and step out because I'm setting a bad example for the kids. Now, if you don't have kids in this scenario, I can be a tyrant. And if the mother doesn't have kids, she can just screw whoever she wants because I'm a tyrant.
My mom had 4 kids and did exactly that. So
I'm speaking on a like I can't deal with, you know about mental illness like that.
Oh yeah,
that's the
no,
outlier.
no, and that was supported and funded by the state for sure. It was her various different mental illnesses. It was her physical illnesses. It was all these doctors co-signing and giving her money for being a piece of fucking shit.
Me.
Yes. Yeah, the whole, she can't help herself as she's fucking up her life and fucking abusing all of her children.
It's not her fault, kids.
Right? It's a chemical imbalance. Here's some drugs. Yeah, that didn't work out well.
But John, to bring back to what you're saying,
drugs and money here.
To bring back to answer your question, the reason why you have society checking in, because the society check-in was the 4th level of making sure that the parents were not mentally unstable. Because if you went to school and Johnny had a black eye every day, what'd they do? They called the cops. Your ass would be thrown to a mental institution and you would never be heard from again. Okay. Oh, yeah. So that was the neighbor checking up on you. So we're looking at in a proper society, you have 4 tiers of people holding everybody accountable. And then the 5th one you can say is the government. So if you look at everybody's holding, it's a clear definition of a separation of powers. The more separation of powers and holding people accountable, the more moral the society is going to be because it's taking away human nature to step out. Once again, like I said, you're making it harder to make a bad decision. People are simple. If I can get away with something, I'm going to do it. That is society and an individual on a personal level. You need to make the decision to make a easier decision harder. So, for example, if it's easy for me to yell at somebody, guess what? If I have, GM yell at me, I have Ganwa John and Kush and Outlaw yell at me for making a decision, the likelihood of me doing that is less than
right.
So you're having more people hold. That's what I'm saying. The more people that have accountability.
No. People are holding people accountable. If you made a shitty decision and we all clapped and then gave you money for it, you do it again.
But they're
positively reinforce it.
And I'm telling. This is the second part I was going to say. Society is the opposite of holding people accountable. It's doing the purposely opposite. For example, the government is backing women for, like you're saying, Social Security, all these safety nets, taking away welfare, taking away accountability. I now have my neighbor has way too much power because they can call Child Protective Services on my ass and I could lose my kids. So now I don't trust my neighbor. So now I lost that accountability person. Now my kid, now it's just between my wife has more power than me, because we all know who files more for divorce. I mean, the person that has the ability to leave always has the more power in a relationship. So knowing that I'm always going to be at a disadvantage because the opposite party has a vested interest to leave me, I have to be a tyrant. And then by me being a tyrant means that I can't raise a good, I'm spending so much time making sure my quote unquote wife's in line that I don't have the time to raise my kids, and then the cycle continues.
Why would you
So
want
everything is all fucked up because there's no accountability, and it's just devolved into this cesspool of, you know, what feels good, fuck the morals. We're gonna just, you know, lack of a better saying, we're having a Salem witch party. We're all stripping and having an orgy. That's basically what society is right now.
Right.
to? So why do you fight it?
I'm sorry?
Why do you fight it?
Why? Because
Yeah, like
because
listen,
you're
hear me out. I know
Sorry.
morally, I know religiously, I know like everything inside of me wants to do the right thing.
Mhm.
But if we can be honest with each other about the current degradation of our circumstances, why do you fight to do the right thing?
because I sleep very well.
Exactly. I
That's-
have
that is
integrity, John.
That's the easiest way I can put it. I go to sleep knowing that I tried. And I go to sleep knowing that I could do better tomorrow, but I thought I did pretty good today. Like I said, I can't change anybody but myself, the people that I can control. People that
about-
I-
touch me in my life.
It's about
I don't
integrity
ask-
for me.
I don't ask with disrespect. I ask
Mhm.
to show, to illuminate to other men that might be watching this stream that there are men that want to do what's right regardless.
Yes.
That's what I want to highlight is there are men that are like, because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the payout is because
Just
it,
somebody has to fucking do it.
But
somebody has to do it. Thank
But
you.
it's
matters,
also-
Well,
John.
Like,
it's also
like,
a perpetual problem solver, because
yeah.
the more you make society easier to make the right decision, the more people that have not as strong morals will make the right decision, which would now ostracize people with making bad decisions. And then this is where I get the shame. And if enough people shame people into doing what is right,
Yes.
this is
Yes.
like the power of shame.
It's great.
I love
is
it.
the most.
So good. It's
And
so
why do you
good.
think every evil law out there tries
Yeah.
to make it where you cannot use shame?
Because
I
it's
know.
so
Law-
motivational. It's so motivational.
Yeah.
But
It
if
is.
a law takes away the ability to take away shame,
Mhm.
it is default evil.
Yeah.
Hands
Yeah. Yeah.
down, it is evil. So
Yeah.
if
They
I
call it
can't
hate
speak-
speech nowadays. Hate
Yeah, but
speech.
whatever
That's what they're calling it.
whatever cultural Marxism or whatever tag, if they take away the ability to shame somebody, that is
Yeah,
evil.
I
Because
know. Oh, they call it harassment too.
yeah,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it. I don't care what. Anytime you take away the ability to shame someone, you are
Yeah.
taking away the ability to put your morals onto someone else in a healthy way. Not I'm putting a gun against your head. I'm putting into the point is you can walk away. I'm not forcing you to, but my actions are a beacon, and the fact that you feel shame by
Yeah.
just me existing because my morals are completely different than you.
Yeah.
If you take away the ability to shame, I become a target. If I have shame, you become the target. See how that works? That's why I will always bring up on these streams shame, because it is the method and tool to keep a amoral society moral. If
It's
you
the
even look
Catholic
at
in
every
you.
I think
historical,
it also harkens to the fact that there are no losers anymore. You don't.
Yeah.
Nobody is taught. Nobody loses. The times I've learned the most is when I fuck something up. Sometimes.
Yes. You gotta be a loser sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why
that's
don't we
when you
have
learn the whole
losers?
stuff.
Why don't we have any losers? Because you have the ability to freaking shame somebody. I won, you lost, ha 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 ha. Okay.
Yeah, fuck you. You lost.
But
It's
if you
so
take,
important.
why do you think I say that's evil? Or you're bringing up a valid point. What I'm trying to prove here, shaming. The fact that we only have winners and we have no losers anymore is a detriment to society. In my eyes,
Yes.
that is evil.
Yeah.
You take away shame, evil happens. You add shame, you have. Why do you think everybody always knocks the Puritans so much? The Scarlet Letter and all this crap. They kept
Yeah.
everybody in line.
Yeah.
All right. And everybody knocks them in culture because what is the culture? The culture is the opposite of shame.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they have the Scarlet Letter.
It's
There's
shameless.
the reason why they teach that in like 7th, 8th grade is say, oh, these people
Well-
were backwards thinking. It's the indoctrination when they're young. But
Yeah.
the shame worked.
You
Look
know
he had
what
to
though?
do.
You know what else I noticed that dulls those feelings of like guilt and shame? Fucking head
Drugs.
meds. Yep. Yep. Drugs,
Yeah.
alcohol, and head meds. All these
This is-
fucking counselors and what doctors have all these women. What is it? Like 1 in 4 women are on fucking head meds?
You know what though? The times
The
in my
other
life,
3 should be.
the times in my life when I was the most motivated was when I felt not as worthy as other people. And like anyone can set the bar pretty low, but when regular people are having a certain level of success, I felt like I was less than because I was falling behind the bare minimum of
Yeah.
societal acceptance. And that's a good thing. Like it sounds bad and it sounds like you got to conform, but if we don't have a standard to hold ourselves to, what do we have?
And there it is. Because you have no country, you have no society, you have no family structure. Once again, it all comes down to cultural Marxism. If you have no morals and you have no standing, you're just a homogenous cog in the wheel. That's what you want. They want you morally broken, demoralized, and everything else. I mean, it's fun. I do find it funny. We're all having this conversation, and it feels like we're in a river. All right, we keep hitting these speed bumps. Okay, we keep going these rapids, knocking us off our course. Guess what? We end up talking about the same damn thing 20 minutes later. Then we have this other tangent. We go on this side river, and guess what? It throws us back into the main river. We talk about the same topic, and there it is. We hit rapids again. We're back in the same topic. It's not like we're beating a dead horse here. It's more like we all know the answer, and there's multiple ways of attacking that answer, but no one's really saying what needs to get done. We're combating it. We're combating it in 4 different ways, but it's the same root cause that we keep talking about. We need to be the beacons to shine the light on what a person needs to be, and then those interactions. Kill people with kindness. If someone needs help at a grocery store, if someone looks sad, go and talk to them. If you are the actual leader and example in someone's life, you never know. That person might be on the way to commit suicide, and you could be that person that's like, hey, how's it going? You look kind of gloom today. Or you could just prevented yourself from getting shot at a school because you're the nice person to the weird person. Either way you look at it, if it's self-preservation or just out of kindness, by you showing that act of kindness to someone else, you're affecting change. Kindness is change. At a fundamental level, when you're kind to somebody and you're trying to be helpful, if you look at all the positive aspects of an individual, you got kindness, you got moral fiber, you have fortitude, you have strength. All this is shown by taking that leap of faith of being kind to someone else. Once you show that you're kind to someone else and you can be that beacon that there is hope, because what you're doing by being kind is you're giving someone freaking hope. And just like anybody that's watched Star Wars, you give someone hope, that affects everything.
Yeah.
If
Well-
there's hope out there And there's an ability for you to be the example, because I guarantee it, if Kush goes and helps a random person out and a third person sees that, and they follow you and they go, hey, Kush does an act of kindness, and then it catches on, and then they're going to go, oh, maybe I should be kind to others. And guess what? It's a ripple effect. And then that's how you change people. You don't change people by dictating, I'm right, you're wrong, and poo-poo. You know what I mean? Like, I'm acting like a kid because that's how childish it sounds. Like, you don't affect change by top down. It's always bottom up. You have to show them the light. You can't tell them the light. By
Right.
you
Yeah,
acting
and that's why
kind.
I'm doing. That's why I'm doing precisely what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, the example I have with my video, my interview with the gentleman who quit drinking, for example.
Yeah, and that's a great story. And the thing is, that motivates someone else, and
Yeah,
that
exactly.
motivates and
That's why I
changes.
wanted to make that
Yeah.
point. Yep.
That's
Well,
that's what I'm saying. If we're going to be leaders in any kind, and everybody's a leader, everybody's a follower, and everybody's a leader. That's the dual nature of humans. We're all leaders and we're all followers at the same time. We are masters and servants at the same time. We're all leaders and submit at the same time. Everything is duality. Okay. The question becomes, how do you serve that duality? Do we become just followers? Do we all become leaders? Everything's on a spectrum. Okay. Life is not absolutes. The more you understand that life is not absolutes, that it's a little bit of both, it's just everything opens up to you. Because when people speak in absolutes, most of the time, that's where evil shit happens.
no.
It's,
Crazy bitches absolutely need to be shamed.
What I'm getting at is, if you're always speaking in absolutes all the time, you're probably in the wrong.
Yeah.
Unless it's against your moral fiber, like if someone says kill this person, I'm not going to kill this person. Yeah, 100%. But if it's a general conversation where you're always speaking in moral absolutes all the time, one, you're just going to piss people off because you're going to view you as high and mighty. Remember, actions speak louder than words. That's why showing an act of kindness is showing someone, it's not telling somebody. No one wants to be told that I'm right, you're wrong.
Well,
But if I show you I'm right, you're wrong without saying it, you win 100% of the time. It might not happen today. It might not happen tomorrow. It might not happen in a few years, but eventually it will click.
yeah,
And that's how you do change.
we as people we learn by modeling. Like we don't really learn much about what we're told. It's all about what we see.
But you are modeling. You're modeling your values on someone else by showing kindness and leadership.
Yeah.
That's how people mirror you.
Crazy bitches get no kindness from me ever. Absolutely. They
shout
need
out
to be shamed.
Sunflower.
It keeps going back, like what you said, Bandit. Oh yeah, we keep derailing, but it keeps coming back to this thing. Yeah,
We're not
it's
derailing.
shaming.
We're just attacking the same issue over and over again.
Yeah, but coming to the same conclusion in all these, like the solution's the same no matter what area we're talking
That's why I
about.
welcome them to my platform, because if they want to come, they are absolutely welcome. But understand, you are going to get shamed if you come up. If you do this, if you call me out, if you try to summon me to a stream, if you try to come in my chat and act a fool, you understand there will be a stream about you the next day.
Yeah.
And by you holding them accountable, they're like cockroaches to the light. They scatter. So, and that's another way. Actions speak louder than words. When you a certain viewpoint goes to the opposite side and say, I will debate you, and the other side leaves, 9 times out of 10, that's the right argument. So if I go into a debate, and I don't care what it is, and a debate could be an argument, whatever. If I go in it and say, look, I'm going to lead by example. I follow these values. And then someone goes up to me and says, I don't think you're right. Let's talk about it. And they run and scatter. You're probably in the right. So just understand that even if you don't have the debate and they shame you and they bring all their friends, just understand that the fact that you went over there, they'll never do the opposite. So you win. You already won. This is like your victory lap.
No, I know. I like to have fun with it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to tell the viewers that, like, understand that you already won. Winning a debate is like cherry on the top of ice cream. By you actually going into the lion's den, you already won, because they'll never do the opposite. So you have the moral high ground.
Yeah.
Because you are coming to the hornet's nest. They're not coming towards you. You already won. So at this point, you know you're going to get chewed out, but just smile because you already won and move on.
I didn't care. It was funny as hell. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
That was a bit of I just don't understand petting zoo culture.
I do, because petting zoo culture is really simple. Once again, if everybody has no distinctions, petting zoo culture is how you keep everybody in line. If we're all supposed to be the same person, if I'm supposed to be a 1 or a 0 on a balance sheet, or whatever you want to look at it as, how do we keep the society in line? You have to have petting zoos. You have to be rewarded for staying in line. All these Marxist cultural ways of getting stuff accomplished is because of petting zoo cultures. Because, oh, do I get a cookie for calling out that evil, neocon, that evil Nazi over there? Oh, yeah, I get a social cookie. Can I have another cookie? I'm addicted to cookies now, so I need to keep calling these people out, because every time I call these people out, I get a pat on the head and a good job. I get a good yellow star on the board, and I get a cookie for calling out. And that's how they control you. It doesn't take money. It literally takes conditioning. People are no different than freaking dogs.
Are you
You
Right.
condition an animal.
These cucks in that chat.
As
Man.
everybody says, we're smarter, we're above being animals. F that. We are all animals. We all fall into being controlled just like animals. You reward positive behavior and you discipline bad behavior. It's that freaking simple. And anybody that decides to muddle that conversation proves either they're dishonest or they don't want you to tell the average person how to control somebody. It's that simple. You reward positive behavior and you discourage negative behavior. It's that simple. They just change the rules to make sure that's how it's done. So how do you fight that? Dogs can't shame you. And when they do shame you and they give you puppy eyes, what do? We break down and give them what they want. Let's be real. If a dog's crying at the dinner table, enough times giving you puppy eyes, you're eventually going to give them food. Let's be real here. Shame the dog. Who's conditioning who here? The
Yeah.
dog's conditioning you at this point.
Right, with the shame tactic.
So if a dog can shame a human, and
Yeah.
and a dog has the mentality of a 2-year-old, and you're getting outplayed by a 2-year-old, because the dog is shaming you to get what it wants.
Yeah.
And people can't be controlled by shame. I laugh at that argument. Okay.
Why? Well, I don't want to interrupt, but why do you think it is so many women can't accept a level of shame? Let me explain.
Mhm.
Me personally, if you caught me with my hand in the cookie jar, I could accept that and be like, yeah, you caught me. I love cookies. Fucking cookies are delicious. Or cocks in the example of women, but why can't women just be like, yeah, you got me. I'm guilty.
Because
Why do they?
because men and women are two different levels of shame. Okay, how do I attack a man for shame? It's basically values, principles, ethics, morals. You fucked up. I'm calling you out on it. You went against this moral, and I shame you morally. How do you shame a woman? You have her best friends, or you have a group. You have a cackle of women and say,
Well, in the past, it used to be the mother.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is you also had a cackle of, or a group of women. You want to boss around women, it's really easy. Tell a group of women to gang up on another woman. They're going to submit real quick.
Yeah, it works.
That's how you. So in your argument, you can't shame a woman one-on-one. If you told her,
Yeah, she doesn't care what I think.
But if you told all
you
her
guys
friends-
can't. You
if
guys
you told all her
can't.
friends that she's a whore and gave them the evidence, or
Dude.
gave the evidence to her mother and to her grandmother and to her aunt and to her sister and said, look, she's amoral, she's going to get in line real freaking quick.
You
You're
know what,
attacking,
though?
it's apples and oranges.
She
It's
doesn't care what
asymmetric.
I think. Like she
Right.
may love. She
Neither
may
does
love.
the aunt or the grandma or the
Right,
mom.
and
Like,
she may love me and care about me, but she doesn't care what I think. Why is that?
Why? Because
be-
in society's eyes, she's above you. The roles are
yeah.
reversed right now because
Right.
she
Amanda, what do you
remember
Yeah,
she has
down.
men have been replaced by the government. Until that changes, men will never have control. They will never have agency because government becomes male agency. It's clearly that simple. Welfare is male agency. You take away welfare,
Yes.
they can't be out of line because then they're going to be thrown to the streets. By taking away agency, you basically social programs took away male agency. So you basically took male power away. But and remember, power is a zero sum game. You take away one, you give it to another. So if you're looking at it as a partnership, which marriage is supposed to be at some level of partnership. And that's 50-50. If you take the government away, you just gave 30% to the woman. So now the woman is at 80 and or 70 and you're at 30 permanently. So they know in the back of the hand, guess what? You abuse me, I go to a women's shelter. Is there a male battery shelter? Hell no. If I have two bastard kids, guess what? They get social programs. So male agency is taken away. Why do you think jobs are? Why do you think jobs now? When you go in with a job, women work now. So basically, you took. Hey, what's going on?
Sorry, I had to read that Dolphin Island sex tourist.
I fucking love that guy.
Sorry.
That is the best.
Sorry,
Well,
Bandit.
That's all right.
Sorry, Bandit. Rusty,
It's all
I
good.
love you.
But you're asking why women have so much power now is because the surrogate power of a man has been given to the government, and
Let
the
me
only
ask
way
this.
yeah, go ahead.
I don't wanna step on your toes, but let me ask this. Good mother, you're a woman.
Mhm.
Why do women not care that men value these things? Like what? Like at the end of the day, I want to know what you as a woman think, not to call you out and like.
No, it's simple because the tyrannical matriarchy where women are actually in control currently, the collective, the hive mind of the hyenas or whatever, their opinion to them is more important than a man's because a man is lower on the social hierarchy
Don't
in their
y'all-
eyes.
But listen, like, don't you women understand that you would catch so many more flies with honey than you would with vinegar? Like, we would bow to you if you would just play along.
Yeah, they
Like,
they don't.
don't you get
So
it? Like,
so no, hold on. The women that you guys are talking about are actually afraid of you guys. They've been brainwashed by mostly fucking radical lesbians that want to fuck them to believe that men suck, men want to rape, men just abuse. You can't
well, yeah,
trust
that
men.
makes sense. That makes sense because it would give them more access to these women.
Exactly. So that is
Separate them.
how they recruit for their fucking death cult.
And the other thing is, those men are also not really men. Any man that goes and just rapes a woman or beats her woman, uses the power, you're basically, in a nutshell, you're damaging that woman permanently to hate men. Now, on a societal level, you do that enough times, of course, women are not going to trust men. There's no trust between the sexes anymore.
No.
That destroys the trust between male and female.
Yes, but it's not that enough men did that. Only a handful, a small number of men actually did that. But these crazy bitches are really good about vicariously passing on trauma and making these women feel. They tell them these horror stories about what happened to these other women, and they're such empaths that they could feel it themselves, and they get scared. It's really fucking weird. They even get convinced that little things that aren't really abuse, that are like we talk about holding people accountable is abuse. They claim that shit is abuse.
Do you
So-
guys, do you reckon that there may be a psychosexual
Yes.
level of excitement with a perceived listen, some women like a level of aggressive.
Yeah.
It's a very delicate situation.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to sum that up.
Please.
Those women
Okay.
have daddy issues. Period. The end. They all have fucking daddy issues.
Okay,
So-
but is that a bad thing? Like, don't they
Yes,
still?
it's a
Yes.
very
So,
bad thing.
Again, but don't they also? Okay, I digress.
Yes, Rusty. Hi.
Rusty.
Yeah, what in the hell is going on up in this damn joint?
We're just discussing societal ills, you know,
Yeah.
and the solutions to the
Yeah.
problems.
Well, let me give you just a couple of quick takes on my part, personal experience. I know it's anecdotal.
Yeah.
Number one, see, I could come into this chat right now and I could say, "Fuck you, Kush. Fuck you, John. Fuck you, Outlaw. Fuck you, a Bandit." And you know what? I love these guys. And
Yeah.
you know what? That's how a guy comes up to another guy and relates. But you see, a woman would come up to another woman and not like her and tell her the most wonderful things.
Weird, right? They lie to him.
It is freaking weird.
I totally
Now,
agree with
on
that.
the other hand, what you're talking about right now, every single woman that I've ever been with, that they had a bad experience with their father, they did not have a good childhood, they had some trauma related things, maybe some sexual abuse. Every single one of them wanted to be held down and pounded into
Yeah.
the freaking ground.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Yeah. It's gross. Like
I was just
I just suggest you guys don't you know, because I know how generous and how you like to please women. Don't cater to those kind of fucking requests because it's
What?
mentally fucking ill.
But
Well,
I mean,
you know,
but-
and you know what happens if you walk away from them after the fact?
Yeah, oh yeah. They claim abuse.
Yeah.
I want that apology.
I-
By the way, hold the phone.
Mm-hmm.
I want that fucking apology video. I want to see it. I want to play it. I want to respond to it because as soon as I get that, I will take that cunt off my crazy bitch list. If she's truly sorry, she will be the first one that made it off the list.
She actually is sorry.
I believe she is. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, but I want that apology video. She needs
what's
to.
going on?
She
Like,
no,
y'all always have
she-
shit
hold on,
going
hold
on.
on.
Y'all always know.
She needs to be the change in the world that we need to see with other women. Women do not like to take accountability. She needs to fucking take it. She needs to what is it? Repent? What is the
Oprah?
religious term for atoning for her sins? She needs to fucking atone.
I think that she is a little intimidated to make an apology video, good mother,
I don't
simply
care.
for the fact, you know, what happened to her first video.
Yeah,
You guys got a hold of it and you just fucking ripped it to shreds.
exactly.
So
Ooh.
if she thought that she
Yeah,
could
we
make
fucked
an
her up.
yeah, if
If
she
she's
thought she could, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If she's sincere, I want to fucking see it because a whole group of men deserve a fucking apology for the bullshit that she said, and she
I
said
agree.
a lot of fucking bullshit.
Yeah, because it was all directed at me.
Mhm.
You know, and then she extended it out to the MGTOW community in general,
Yep.
and that was not right.
It
You know,
wasn't.
she would have been better served if she just would have just said my name, said
Mhm.
that I did this, I did that, and everything, and that would have been fine. You know, I could take the criticism, I could hold my own, but to extend it out and make the greater MGTOW community responsible for
Right.
my actions, that was wrong.
Or your perceived actions, your false
yeah.
narrative spinning. Yeah. And Nicole,
Yeah.
even JD Miles tore her shit apart when she was like, yeah, MGTOW's racist. JD Miles like, what? Really? Yeah, no, she needs an apology
Now
video.
look, I freely admit I am a recovering racist. Everybody knows it. You know, I do my best. I do not act on my inherent racism. You know, I still got 1 foot in the damn boomer age. Okay. You know, I'm
Right.
just a product of the people that raised me. It's a kind of an older mindset, but you know, that's not the MGTOW community in general. We love our brothers. We welcome everybody, you know, and we're joined together by this coherent glue, you know, and you know, I don't know what else to say other than she got hurt, you know, and
Doesn't
she
matter.
lashed out.
Doesn't
you know.
matter. She needs to make it right.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Good mother, I have a quick question, and
Yes,
this is
Bandit.
I think only you can answer this because you're the woman on the panel.
Okay.
We know how men can be controlled. Okay, we see it through society.
Yeah.
On the flip side, how do you control women?
Finances, you cut them off.
No, I mean just in general. Like we talk about like men can be controlled by accusation or shame. Like how was a man be able to control women without using physical force? There's a better question for you. I can't use physical force. How else can I control women?
Finances, you have to cut off their resources. Like it takes fear and hunger to really control people in general. But with women, yeah, it's financial, it's resources, because that's what they get from men.
Actually, I have 3 answers, good mother, to Bandit's question.
Yeah.
I know they won't be popular. I know everybody will hate me when I say this. There's
Legal.
3 things to control women.
Yeah.
Take away the pill, take away the right to vote, and keep them off social media.
Social media is a big one. That's probably the least possible one, though. I'm
Because-
talking about
Yeah,
individual.
I know what I just said is pie in the sky, but
Yeah.
there's your 3 answers.
Yeah.
The reason why I bring that up is we talk about how women control men all the time,
Yeah.
but if we're trying to get on the opposite page, because it's asymmetric. Like John was asking,
Yes.
like John's question was, I know how a man keeps another man in line. You basically call them out.
Yes.
Women.
Same with
you
women,
can't-
though.
But the
Women
difference is it
can
doesn't
do
work.
that with women.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work the same as it does a man. If a man calls you out, that goes. Men have an honor code. Women
Yeah.
do not have an honor code as high as a man does. So
And we hold each other to it.
We're playing at a different level. Like,
But it's the same for women. It's just the majority of women won't do it.
and they also
Yeah, y'all
men have
don't
the
hold
threat of
each other
violence
to
too.
it.
Exactly.
Y'all don't hold each other to it. Men hold each other to it. Like
I
we
know.
That's what
will
I'm
get in
trying to
each
say.
other's face
I
and
know.
we will hold each
I
other.
know.
We have
Like
an honor
Bandit-
code and we have the threat of violence. Like we come out of
Yes.
line, another
Well-
man's gonna beat our ass.
With women, it's reputation destruction. That's female violence.
Yeah, but that
So-
ain't shit. That ain't shit.
Oh,
I'm
look
re-
at Beth. No, hold on.
Bro.
Look at Beth, for instance. Beth got a quick taste of that shit, and she fucking stepped back in line. So
Yeah, but I'd rather
It's-
have that
it's
than a knuckle
women-
sandwich.
But that's a lot harder to do though, too.
but
'cause
that's no. But women fear reputation because that's how they get their resources.
Yeah,
So-
you see, a woman's mating strategy is advertising herself. Now, 20, 30 years ago, the way this was done is that she would put on her best dress, She would put her makeup on, and then she would go to a particular venue. When she met that one guy that her advertising attracted, that man's mating strategy was to then do a direct approach and then flirt. And by flirting, that man would give signals, and then he was looking for signals to come back as the green light. Okay. Now, once they got together, she was off the market. Okay. She stopped advertising herself, and the man stopped direct approaching other women and flirting. However, today, when the same thing occurs, the man sees the woman she's advertising. He makes the direct approach. He gives the flirting signals. She gives them back. They get together. But guess what? Now today, she keeps advertising. All of her pictures are still up on Facebook. All of her pictures are still up on Instagram. She constantly is advertising. And this is why a woman today can be in a relationship, but yet still be single. And that's one of the biggest problems that we have today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Oh, but
Totally
guess
agree.
what? That man, he's got to stop. He's got to stop his direct approach though. Today, he can't approach any other women, and he can't flirt anymore. But she can keep on advertising.
Right.
Yeah. But like you said, John, you said you'd rather get a knuckle sandwich than you'd rather get that than a knuckle sandwich. That was a knuckle sandwich for that woman.
Yeah.
But I don't think that, I don't feel like they process it the same, because I've seen how most women feel empathy. It's not so, whereas you or I would take that as a hit to our manhood or our honor or dignity. I don't feel like most women feel that. I feel like it's just sloughed off as whatever, just whatever.
If it affects her resources, that's what I'm trying to say. It's her resources you have to fucking attack. That's why I'm like, cut off all these government funded fucking welfare programs, fired them, get them to a point where they can't be fucking hired again. If somebody does a background check on them, or you can't use them as a reference.
Hey, John,
why isn't there an honor? Why isn't there an honor code? Why doesn't she have at least a bare dignity of this is I stand for this? Why doesn't she have this? Why doesn't this exist in them?
I have the answer, John.
Real quick. Let me explain it real quick. Know what you're doing right now, John? Ironically, and I mean this with no disrespect, you're doing male projection. You're taking your male values and projecting it on a woman.
Why?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we always complain about women projecting her values on a man.
Right.
You're doing the exact opposite.
Yes.
I mean that with no disrespect.
No, yeah, totally. I agree. I'm on your team. I'm sold. Why don't they have a sense of honor and dignity and code, these motherfuckers?
Because
sorry.
Because
they
don't
didn't
have the same moral
because their
standpoint.
father didn't teach them that. Period. The end. Women who had good relationships with their fathers, that's why fathers are fucking important, man.
Well, they also have,
because they teach that shit.
Did John answer your question? TFM puts this right in a nutshell. He basically said men have two levels higher moral structure than a woman does. Okay. And you're putting those two extra levels of morality that women will never account to, and then you're questioning why are they not moral?
Even if I take out morality, I'm a pretty.
But you're putting a moral question to it. Why are they standards or morals or values? You're putting male standard on a woman. That's never going to work.
Hey, I have an answer for Bandit and John. Years ago, in my early 20s, I used to sell radio commercials throughout the entire country. And in my training, they had 3 rules, and 3 rules only. Never pitch to a woman owner. Never pitch to a woman owner. Never pitch to a woman owner. And they never explained it. But anyways, I was a pretty hotshot salesman. So, I was making all kinds of money. doing all kinds of sales all over the country, and I usually had, $15,000 up on the board before 12 o'clock. So in the afternoon, I was like, okay, well, fuck this. I'm going to pitch some women owners of some of these businesses. And this would be dryer, washer and dryer, furniture businesses, sewing shops, siding, you name it. Okay. And so I get a hold of a woman owner and I would pitch her. She loved the radio commercial jingle. And then I would take down all of her information and then I would send it to the studio and they would customize the radio commercial. Okay. And just a few hours later, I would call her back to play the commercial back to her. And she would hang the phone up on me. And then I would call her back. And then she says, I changed my mind. And she would hang the phone up on me.
Yeah.
And the owner of the company, he caught me doing this. And he called me back to his office. And he sat me down in his chair across from his big ass desk. And he said, Rusty, he said, let me explain to you why we don't pitch women. We don't pitch women because women have no honor and they have no ego. And he says, for example, when you pitch a man and that man gives his consent and he says, okay, go ahead, produce these radio commercials and I'm good for the money.
Yeah.
When he does that, even though in the time it took to produce the commercials to the time that I was playing the commercials back to him, if that man decided, well, I could spend my money better, or this is a bad decision for me, that man would still follow through on the deal that he made with me out of ego and honor. But if a woman owner decided, oh, wait a second, I made a bad decision, I'm not happy, all of a sudden she would drop everything, change her mind, and completely erase and cancel our original deal.
Yeah.
That's a really good example of the difference between men and women. Women have no honor or ego. And if they decide that it's not in their best interest, they will drop your ass so fast that it'll make your head spin.
Yeah.
I like it. Honor and ego. The ego, the man's like, nope, I need to fulfill this or else
Well, the man
I
also
can't go back
knows-
on my word.
The man also knows that if you have one bad deal with somebody,
Yeah.
they have connections. So
Yeah.
never burn connections. That's like business 101. You never burn connections. So even if the deal is bad and you might lose money, reputation is everything. If you're deemed as someone that you can't make a deal with, might as well foreclose on your business because no one's going to trust you ever again. You're not making
That's
any more
everything.
deals.
Yep.
Well,
So
And-
the cost, it's a cost analysis. It's not worth your reputation destruction for saving $1 million. It's not worth it.
and
Because
other men respect this.
oh yeah,
well,
Like I don't want to interrupt Bandit, but like if Rusty tells me, "Hey, hire Bandit, you can trust him on my word," I'll hire Bandit, no questions asked. Done.
but if I screw up, I don't just screw up my reputation. I'm taking down me and John. We're both going down because he basically said I was good to go, and what the benefit of that is, John knows that if I'm on the shadier side of things, his reputation's online. He's going to make sure my ass is going to make it happen, and he would actually rather pay me the $50,000 or whatever it takes to not destroy his reputation if you can afford it in this scenario, so your reputation doesn't get hit. He would take the hit than let his reputation get soiled. And
Yeah,
then
I'm sure.
he'll find a way to get it out of me.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that's
sure
the difference.
Kush has probably all kinds of stories about maintaining equipment, making deals and following through with product and all kinds of stuff. And I'm sure that a lot of times he realized, oh shit, I made a bad deal. But I guarantee you, he probably can still fulfill those deals because of honor and ego.
God, yes, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes. But what I was going to say on these point on that point too is what I see a lot and particularly in any Fortune 500 company, what you'll see is, most of the technical people who I deal with and you establish a relationship with, they're men. And once you establish that rapport and that respect with them, I mean, it's cool. I mean, they will follow through with you to the end. But what these corporations do, and they know this strategy, is they will turn it over. He'll make the man will make the recommendation, the technical guy will make the recommendation, but then they turn it over to corporate purchasing. And who's the corporate purchasing person?
A woman.
Woman.
Yep.
Yep.
And these women are cutthroat. They don't care. They have no regard. They have no regard for the relationship that I have with that person and their company, the rapport, the technical consulting that I gave them. None of it. They don't care. What's your best price? That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't damn about anything else, and they just do what they're told.
And
And-
price is the worst thing to use as a rationing method when you're making money. It's all about, does this improve the brand? Price should be the last thing you ever talk about, because even if it's a expensive thing, we all know accounting, we can fudge numbers, we can move money around. Money is irrelevant when you're talking business. It's all about, does this keep the brand going? Brand's important, reputation's important. Following through what you say, all these moral things, that's what matters. Money is basically the last thing a business owner really cares about. If you
Well, see,
No,
Bandit,
I would beg to differ on that, Bandit.
yeah.
what I'm saying, in a decision market, if you're going to save $1,000 and it's going to destroy your reputation, or you're not going to have that opportunity cost,
These companies don't think that way anymore. They don't care.
that's a shame.
A lot of
Well,
them, they
well,
don't think that way.
What I was going to say, Bandit, is that actually what you're describing is see, men tend to think long term.
Yes.
A man, when he makes a decision to follow through on something, he's thinking about 5 years down the road. Most of these women in business that I have to deal with,
Yes.
they're only thinking about today,
Yep.
right now.
Yep.
No, they don't. That's they can't run businesses because they don't think about they can't plan ahead. That's what basically happened with my trip here to France, which I'm really glad didn't happen. In fact, in light of what's happening recently, but these people just don't have the ability to forward think anymore and plan it properly, and it's why. We keep telling we have to penalize these people now if they want us on site for short notice, because it's bullshit. People don't have enough forethought and foreplanning anymore, and because you got the wrong people making these decisions, and a man will make the right decision that'll be like 5-10 years down the road, particularly with equipment like ours. The lifespan of our equipment is 20 years. That's usually a minimum.
Hey, I guarantee you that when John's out there giving bids on pressure washing with his business, he's probably taking some hits and undercutting himself, because he's thinking, okay, if I can get this job today, do a good job today, although I'm losing a little bit of money, I know this is going to generate 3-4 jobs next month.
Can I touch on that?
Yep.
I just want to touch on that. I've done jobs recently, guys, for free that y'all don't know about, just because I pulled up. It was an old lady. Her driveway was shit. Like, it was dark. I did her jobs for free because I was going to put them on YouTube on the pressure washing channel. Like, I knew eventually it would pay off. I have videos on YouTube right now that I've made $900, $800 in 10 minutes off of a YouTube video talking about bullshit. So I've actually done jobs for free for people that y'all haven't even seen yet, that I just recorded, and I'm going to put them on the pressure washing channel. And right now they may make nothing, but over 10 years from now, I may make $1,000 off that video, that job.
Cool.
Yeah, and again, I don't say that. I say that to let you guys know that the availability of monetization of doing these types of things for you guys is out there. Like any of this can be done very, very easily. And if you're going to do the work and get paid for the work, you can't just look at the dollar value of that job as like I'm getting paid $120 or $190 for 2 hours of work. You have to look at what will this mean over the next 10 years.
Yep, and it's the difference
Oh,
between
yeah.
playing chess and checkers.
I think so. I think so. I think that where we're going in this economy and going forward, like, and again, I know this isn't like the typical things we talk about, but if you can see this as something that like I'm going to make a nickel a day for the next 20 years because of this particular behavior or thing that I did or this association that I had, versus I got to get paid $10 an hour, $12 an hour, $15 an hour. It sounds crazy, but I've seen this because of what I've done over the last 2, 3, 4, 10 years on YouTube. Like, I mean, guys, I've easily made over 25,000 on YouTube in 10 years. I know that doesn't sound like much, and it's 10 years, but for a free app that like anyone can use, I think this is where the future is. I think this is where it is compound over time, day to day, long term.
I also think you're nailing something with the fact that, remember, John, you have a generation that was raised on, what's that word? A generation that's raised on Twitch is basically I'm not playing a video game. I'm watching someone play a video game and make content. Now they're raised since 5, 4, 3, 2 when you're years old. Okay, so if you have a generation that I like video games, or I like video games, and I'm gonna watch this YouTuber play video games and play my favorite video game. I'm not playing the freaking video game. I'm watching somebody do it. So maybe I like haircuts, and I'm gonna watch videos of someone getting a haircut. It's the same freaking principle, and that's what you're monetizing, John. You're monetizing on a it's like a vocational Twitch stream in a sense. I don't know how else to put it, but it's like you're watching someone perform something that you're very interested in, and if you're in, and what's great about it is all this is niche stuff. So it's like, if someone's really interested in a niche, they're gonna throw a lot more money at it than someone that's wanting something that's generic. So like, and it's a business principle. So if it's a niche environment, it's always going to cost a hell of a lot more for something than like if I buy a Coke, that's going to be, there's so many different Coke products. I mean, Coke's going to be cheap, but if I wanted a left-handed screwdriver that has this kind of attachments or whatever, just the running joke with a left-handed screwdriver, that's going to be, that left-handed screwdriver is going to cost me, $5 and not $4. That's a Simpsons reference if you guys ever get that. But my point is, if you have a niche market, you can charge a heck of a lot more money, and you're going to have a lot more avid watchers because it's a niche environment. You're basically taking like the depravity of the internet, where everybody has a secret kink or whatever, and you're monetizing that in a healthy way, because people have their niche passions, and because there's only going to be so many power washers, and you can communicate, and you're funny, guess what? They're going to pay you for it. So keep at it.
Hey, do I hear Outlaw giggling in the background?
No, it's like feedback.
Outlaw, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, don't you think it's time for a sponsor intermission break?
I would, but everybody gets pissed off. So.
Oh, come on,
What?
man! Do it, man! Do it.
What is
Do
it?
What is
Well, I used to do these bits with Raid Shadow Legends, but then I had some pissy people in the community that didn't want to hear it. So I was like, fuck it.
Oh, come on, man. We need a sponsor. We need a sponsor break right now. Come on, give it to us.
Oh my god.
I agree with Rusty. Let's
Come
hear
on,
it.
Outlaw.
Jesus Christ, I'm gonna get put on the spot. Fine.
Oh, you're on the spot, dude. You're you're on the main screen right now.
Well, fine, good ladies and gentlemen of the internet. Let's take a moment while we've had a nice little candid talk on Good Mother Stream and talk about a nice little game called Raid Shadow Legends. You guys ever played Raid Shadow Legends? Of course you haven't. Raid Shadow Legends now allows you to play as your favorite MGTOW characters. Downloadable skins, of course. You can play as the Ginger Hamster Assassin. You can play as Hammerhand. You can play as Father Saunders. You can play as me, myself. Now, when you put in that special MGTOW discount code, you get to play. Hold on now. You guys ready for this? Billy Von Bomb. Billy Von Bomb allows you to nuke your entire playing field with nuclear bombs. Get what I did there? Of course you did. Put in the special MGTOW discount code. Get the Billy Von Bomb special discount code skin. Get the nukes that do 100% damage. Get in the game. Raid Shadow Legends. Y'all take it easy and let's get back to the stream. How about it?
I still want to see those cards. I still want to see those cards come to fruition.
Guys, Billy made this.
Hold
this
on.
meme.
Hold on. Tay-May's just showed up.
Oh shit!
Just when I was thinking I was gonna piss off and let the gentleman have the panel, Tay-May's. I've been waiting for you for 2.5 hours.
I'm going
don't
to step
know.
down and let people, since there's a lot of people on the panel, I'm going to let people talk. So it's nice talking to everybody.
Bandit, is good chatting. I'm glad you.
Good to see you,
glad you're doing
Bandit.
well.
Good
Yeah.
to see you.
Have a good one, everybody.
All right.
Nice
Good to
talking
see
to
you,
everybody.
man.
Yeah,
Love
good to see you,
talking
Bandit.
Look,
Man, give me a call sometime when you got some time, okay, man?
Will do.
I got some things to run by you that I'm doing right now.
Okay. You got
Yeah.
my number.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how that caught on, but we were on Ike's stream that night when I first started doing it, and Hulska Bob had a fit for me to do it every time he got on stream with me. So I don't know.
Why?
I don't understand it either.
Probably because you didn't mention him.
Probably. Some people like it, some people don't. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's cute. I liked it. It's fun. Are you coming up here, Tay-Mays? Where's Contriver? Oh, he's here.
Who's Tay-Mays? What's going on? What's happening?
He's who I've been waiting for.
Well, I know that, but Tay-Mays, come on up. Like, come talk
Oh,
to Good Mother.
he said he's about to eat soon. As I'm done, I'm gonna come up. I'm watching them.
Man,
This man
Mother-
speaking something that Kush was hammering on earlier today. You know, living with integrity and having a higher value base and blah blah blah. Tay-Mays pretty much encompasses all that, and he's from the community, so he's yeah. No, he's good. He's super based.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
And
is
he
this
just-
a
He just started a
spirited-
channel.
So is this a spirited discussion, or is this like one of those Alice people that tagged me earlier?
No. Tay-Mays isn't like anything like Alice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. No,
Just
he's
making sure.
he's a good dude. And I haven't chatted with him in many, many months. He used to come up on the panel a lot, like last year. But
I always wonder what happens to people when I see people on YouTube and I'm like, I make content and you make content and like, Kush and Rusty and I mean like Outlaw and I mean Contriver. I wonder sometimes like when it's 6 months and I haven't heard from somebody that I enjoyed watching and or seeing how they're progressing through their life. What the fuck happened? Like,
Yeah. No, I thought Tamez got killed for being so clever.
Well,
That's what I
John,
thought.
addressing that on my particular note, the IRS decided to start investigating all of my money that I was funneling to all of you guys.
I was
And,
wondering. I thought about that,
so
and Rusty and I thought about that, and I was like, I think that it would be if you had to explain where you have donated, that would be a lot of explanation. Like it would be a full-time job just to.
Well, I had to hire an attorney,
Right.
to respond to the IRS. They wanted to know, where all this money was coming from, because I was only showing so much money that was being reported
Right.
for, accounting purposes. And the amount of money that I was donating exceeded that. So I got in big trouble.
I kind of respect that about you. Like I know like I get it, that's a bad thing, but I respect that.
Hopefully
that's
they'll be done
honorable.
soon. Yeah, hopefully they'll be done soon, and I can get back to business as usual. But right now I'm kind of in trouble.
Well, can I ask you about something else? I know we're kind of on the spot, but I want to forget about all these fucking other people. Just you and me, Rusty, as friends. How you feel? How's everything?
I'm going to start my new radiation treatments August 30th.
Right.
And
Is
I'm
there
trying
any-
to get everything. I'm trying to get so many things done before that happens, because once I start the treatments again, it will have me down for like 2.5 months. I won't be able to do anything.
Is there anything I can do to help you personally? Like, I mean, you have you have my number, you know me, like outside of YouTube and all this other bullshit. Like, you know me personally, you have my phone number. If there's something I can do,
Yeah, you got my number too, man. If you want to call and talk or whatever.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that greatly. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
You have my
I'm
number
sorry.
as well from India. If you need anything, I
Yeah,
will be-
Oh shit!
There
The
you
pimp
go.
hand of India is up in here.
There you go. Contriver. There you go.
Happy 4th of July in advance.
There you go.
It is
Independence, so to
8:40
speak.
Yes, freedom. 8:45 a.m. over here in India. Hi, Ma.
Sorry, I didn't want to take it too far off base. I just wanted to, I had to talk to Rusty. So, what's where do we go from here, guys? What's going on tomorrow? Do any of y'all have plans?
I'll probably do a 4th of July video or stream of some kind.
Okay.
I'll do some kind, because Outlaw did one on the 4th of July. I'll do something. I don't know if it'll be a video or a stream.
Will-
I haven't decided yet, but I want to do something.
Will this involve like traditional masculine American pride? Like, will this involve like being proud of being an American in some sort of way?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, thank God. So many people talk about like the independence of our nation was such a unique thing, and I think today people are so.
Shit.
Well, yeah, but I think today people think their own independence is such a unique thing, but back in the day when we weren't so self-obsessed, we were community obsessed. Our friends, our family, our people. We took pride in the independence of ourselves as a nation, and I think today people are so quote unquote independent as individuals, that they have separated themselves from any type of
Nationalism.
honorable duty to thy neighbor. Nationalism. Yes,
Well,
yes, ma'am.
the thing I really want to point out, I think, in anything I do tomorrow is just do a review of just like the Bill of Rights, for example. You know, each one of those 10 amendments were adopted for a very specific reason that came out of British colonialism, like the right to keep and bear arms, for example. They saw a point where their government had turned against them in their perceived eyes. They had the right. The other thing is, illegal search and seizure. Back in colonial times, the British could just come into your house, take whatever they want, seize whatever they wanted. That was just colonial. That was just, monarch rule. It was just they took what they wanted, and that's why they adopted these rights: freedom of speech, being able to, speak your opinion and not be oppressed by one group or the other, because the United States at that time was so many different groups of people and different languages. They wanted to make sure everybody had a voice, because some people probably didn't have the same voice.
Dovetailing on what Kush just said and what John just said, one of the biggest perpetrations of fraud in this country in the last 30, 40 years is this concept of diversity. Through diversity, we have strength. Bullshit. There's three things that cause strength: borders, language, and culture. It is a cohesion of ideals, morals, values, principles, and ethics that makes strength, not fucking diversity. Diversity is weakness.
Yeah, diversity causes chaos.
Yep.
Yeah.
The fireworks are starting. I don't know
Yeah,
why they're doing fireworks today. Yeah. So my dogs will randomly probably bark. That's what Zach was complaining about a few minutes ago. It's the fireworks.
Well, I'm going to get off the panel right now. Good mother, thank you for having me on. Thanks, Kush, John, Outlaw, Bandit, and Good Driver. Thank you so much. I enjoy y'all's company greatly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night.
Love you, Rusty.
Hopefully, Rusty, that she puts out that I want to see that fucking video.
I will pass the message along.
Thank you. Timestamp this stream if you must.
Okay.
Okay.
Rusty.
Y'all have a good night.
Rusty.
Hey, brother.
Rusty.
Oh shit, Manlitopia and Johnny Midnight are in the chat. Hello, gentlemen.
Johnny Midnight. What's up, Johnny? JR, what's up?
Question. This person, who was it? I'd never seen him before. Who is this? Bruce Graham?
Yeah, it's one of my people.
Okay.
I posted your link to this live stream on my community, but Bruce is one of my people.
Okay. I think he left.
Okay, it's all good, but I don't know if people were destroying Bruce, but Bruce is one of my folks.
Yeah, I don't know why he left.
Well, it's all good, but he knows what's up. Bruce is cool. He's cool. He's a long time, been on my channel for a long time.
Okay.
How freaking cool. A Rusty River sighting. How cool is that?
Yeah. Rusty's a good guy.
Yeah, man. How awesome is that?
Okay, so Chris is streaming tomorrow. John, are you going to do an Independent Day stream?
Johnny me or Johnny Midnight?
Yeah.
You.
Okay, sorry.
Johnny Midnight doesn't stream.
Sorry, I don't know. Look, guys,
He should stream.
I'm the worst friend or person ever. Like, I'm so caught up in my own shit. I feel terrible about, like, I'm sorry. No, I don't think so, but maybe. I probably will. Sorry.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't want to commit to it because if I commit to it, I have to. But if I'm like,
Yeah.
it's okay. Sorry. You understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
No commitments.
What about you, Outlaw? Are you gonna stream tomorrow?
I did one yesterday, but if they want to see it, I'll do another one.
Okay.
Don't
I
matter.
love Outlaw streams. I don't want to talk out of turn, but God, I really love like the variety. Anytime I see you guys putting out variety streams and like different type of stuff, and everyone, it's easy to get 1,000 views talking about horse, but man, Outlaw's been doing like Saturday morning cartoons and like all kinds of food, and it's impressive to see a different level of content than your standard stuff. Like it's very I'm in awe of other content creators when I see this type of stuff. Outlaw.
Well, it's like I said at the beginning of the stream when I came on, despite the stereotypical name that I have, Outlaw, you don't want to be a one-trick pony, right? You don't just want to be known for being good at just one thing and then, no, that's it. What else is there to this guy? Variety is the spice of life, or so I'm told. What better way than to talk about the spices of life than through cooking and nostalgia?
I'm loving it.
Like I said, may do some urban exploration. That's a third option. That used to be something I did and had a really big following over on Facebook for a long time.
But I have a grievance. I have some point of contention, my lord. And the point of contention is that you have still not cooked butter chicken recipe.
Right? Where's the butter chicken, Outlaw?
Ah, good point. Yeah, we're going to eventually.
I got one I heard in Savannah, Georgia. Barbecued pig's feet.
Oh,
A cute black girl suggested that to me. And I've had pig's feet in France before, and they're the bomb. So
Did you say a cute fat girl?
Cute black girl.
Oh, okay. Because I was
like, that's a fucking oxymoron.
Well,
cute fat girl. Never heard of that before.
Well,
I'm sorry.
On it.
Contriver, the eventual goal of the cooking streams is to put people on there and let them film themselves cooking the dish in real time, putting the spices in, how they prepare it.
Have John do it. I'd do it, but I don't want to piss off your audience.
No,
because I was born with the wrong genitalia to add to your cooking.
I'm going to be honest with you, good mother. And I understand where the MGTOW comes from on that, but
yeah,
the older that I get, I've adopted the philosophy to learn from who people deem as your enemy, which I don't see women as the enemy, because I can differentiate ideologies from genitalia, but I do understand why they see that and they say that. I try to learn something from everyone, right? But unfortunately, we're in a time where we've got to gatekeep, and so I mean, I get both sides of it, but
Good mother's a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm joking, of course.
I was gonna say I would do the butter chicken, but I think John should do the butter chicken.
There is eventually going to be a stream where we do a foreign cuisine. Mm-hmm. I've been thinking about doing it, but we don't have enough recipes. So that'll be an idea for upcoming topic.
Are you yawning?
I'm tired. I've been up since 3 a.m. So I've had a long day today. Lots of good stuff has happened. Oh, I'm down to 3 crazy bitches at work that I need to get rid of. So and one's on her way out right now, and that'll only leave 2. That'll only leave 2.
Where's the person that was supposed to come on live tonight?
Tay Mays, he's in the chat. He's eating apparently. Hurry
Oh,
up, Tay.
Okay.
I know it was like, fuck, I don't know, 3 or 4 when I first sent him a message. I was like, ooh, because I left him a comment on his video, and I was like, yeah, I miss you being up on the panel. And he's like, oh, well, next time I will. I was like, I'll have a stream later. He's like, I'll be there. I was like, sweet. And then I was like, oh shit, we didn't like set up a time or anything.
Those are the best streams, though. The ones that just kind of happen. Like,
Yeah.
just, when stuff kind of just pops in and happens, that's the best streams, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's why I love my road streams, because that's because no telling what'll happen. I did one where when I was in Davenport, Iowa. There was that one. I think you were in the chat, John. I got fucking panhandled in the car when I
Oh,
was
yeah.
in the middle of doing the stream.
Was that what you rented the Dodge, the Challenger or something like that?
Charger, yeah.
Yeah, the Charger.
It had a
The
Hemi.
Charger.
It had a Hemi engine. And I actually drove that through the parking lot. I lit the tires while I was streaming too.
Nice.
Oh, I was having a blast.
Jeez.
I met the skinniest chick in Iowa too. And she was like all over my shit.
Rack.
Oh my god.
And then there were some guys out in the parking lot smoking weed. And I was going out to my car to smoke my shit. And then I was like smelling them smoking their shit. And then they're like, oh, you want to come over here and have some iridium? And I'm like, oh, sure. So, I'm cool. And then they're talking about, oh, yeah, we're going to go to a titty bar tonight. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You realize where you are. You'd have a better luck going out in that pasture, dude.
It's the most basic, like primal. It is the most basic
I was
existence
just
of
laughing
man.
my ass off, though. I was like, I got in the car and I'm like, that is pimp. That is ghetto. I smoked somebody else's shit. I didn't even have to break into mine. Oh, and this all happened like when I was on stream. It was hysterical. And then there was another one in Orlando, Florida, where I got the look, the quote unquote look from like a Sarah Dawn Moore disciple.
Uh-huh.
Like Florida, where I got.
Ooh. Tay Mays, you gotta turn something off. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that was the background
Yeah.
from YouTube. But yeah,
Yeah.
it was like some mid-30s, early 40s eggless wonder, and she had the 9-ounce glass of white wine sitting there drinking. All of a sudden, she made the stare, and I'm talking to you guys. I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And I just quick exit stage left to her utter disappointment. But that shit is it just those road streams. That shit will just happen.
Yeah.
And there's just no telling, and that's why I like doing those. Just and it helps me pass some time too. But there's your guest.
Yeah, the man of the hour. So you're going by Artie Art Too Smart now? Should I not call you Tay Mays?
You're muted.
He might be trying to figure out his audio. He's a little bit out of practice. It's been like a year, Kush.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Guys, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm about to go and eat me some snackies, and I'm going to bed. But I love y'all.
Okay,
Thank
John.
y'all so much. Tay Mays, I'm sorry I'm not hanging around. Sorry. But y'all take care. Love y'all.
Hey.
All right. Good night, Chuck.
All right, peace.
So
You all right?
you good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like I got an echo in the background. I'm trying to figure out this because I'm on the laptop.
It sounds okay on this end.
Did you mute the YouTube feed?
Oh, hold up, I might. Huh?
Oh, you might have this stream playing in the background. I don't hear it though.
Yeah, we don't.
It ain't an echo on there.
No. I hear it spinning like
Okay.
mine does.
I'm trying to figure it out right now because I'm hearing the echo on there and whatnot, and it's like a delay.
Yeah, if you have this stream going in the YouTube tab, you have to mute or pause or stop the YouTube video.
Oh, got you. Now, how's it? How is it? Is it better?
It should be. It's always been good on our end. The question is it good on your end?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm good. Now it's not delayed though. I can
Yep,
definitely
yep.
not good mother. How you doing? How everybody doing?
Good. What do we call you? Do we call you Artie now?
You can call me Artie R2 Smart. You can call me Tay Mays. It don't you know because that's what you originally know me by. So I ain't about to act different and brand new now.
Okay, good. Where in the hell have you been?
So
Fill us in. What happened?
So initially, I'm coming up on your, you doing your little lives and whatnot. I'm coming up on here, every night. So I was on somebody else's channel or whatnot. We had a little disagreement or something. So I was getting ready to start a little YouTube, but about that time or whatnot, when I disappeared or whatnot. So
Yeah.
you know how YouTube is with their censorship. They booted me. So I just basically just fell back or whatnot. And I just, was working and stuff, and I was always catching up with your show and stuff, and be watching your show. I just never made another email, and had no YouTuber name. I just was chilling or whatnot. So
Yeah.
and then it was some time that I didn't see your channel. What happened with your channel? Because it was a time that your channel seemed like it disappeared.
Oh, I've hit it a couple times,
Oh,
but just temporarily.
because
Just that.
It's crazy because literally after that happened with me, I was looking for your channel. I'm like, where the heck is it? And it took a while because I always put your name in there and see if I can find. And then like a little bit after that, then your name popped back up. I'm like, well, there she is.
Yeah.
Yep. So check this out. Where everybody been at?
Well, who exactly?
What about the Canadian dude? The dude that was from Canada?
Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan, he's good. He comes in. He's busy. Yeah.
So he still be coming on here?
Yes.
Dang, that's good. So it's a couple. It was an army dude that used to be on here. What happened with him?
Army dude. Which one?
He had something about he had his son. He used to be. I think he used to be sitting in his garage and he'd be drinking. So sometimes he'd be on here drinking and stuff.
Free zone love.
It's a
No, not free zone.
What about the other? What about the? I think it was another black dude or whatnot. He used to always come on here and talk and stuff too.
Me Easy. Yeah, he sided with a crazy bitch that was on my list, so haven't seen him in a while. The whole communita thing, my queen, whatever.
Man, stop playing, good mother.
No, I'm serious. He did. He got all sucked into some crazy bitch drama and started being all snake-like.
What?
Yeah. Had to protect his queen.
Not over the YouTube chat though. Wow, he got sucked into it like that.
Yeah, some chick that
Wow, it's some other people I can't literally think of. It was one dude that used to have up here all the time that we used to always Red Pill Mike and them. Remember Red Pill Mike and stuff, don't you?
Yeah. Red Pill Mike actually passed away.
I know.
Yeah.
That was around the time that they kicked me off the thing or whatnot. Yep.
Yeah.
So he used to be Red Pill Mike, and he used to go back and forth with this other dude who was a liberal.
JC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where JC at?
JC, he's in Thailand right now.
Stop playing. Do he still be getting on here?
Every now and then, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Tell his liberal butt I said what's up, man. Because
Okay.
that's crazy. Because I definitely remember him. Me and him used to go back and forth all the time.
I know.
Hey, thank you so much for promoting my channel and stuff too.
Yes. No, I'm so glad you have one.
Yeah,
So what are you doing with it? I'm gonna share it again.
I'm gonna do a little bit of. I'm gonna do a little bit of the black community stuff. You know,
Yeah.
try to get some people together or whatnot. You know, give them if they don't see what I'm saying or not see what I'm saying, if they don't see it for themselves, but maybe if I can maybe explain it and articulate it to them in a manner that they might be able to understand,
Yeah.
and get them analogies that they might be able to understand, they will come around to what's really going on, so they don't end up walking themselves off a cliff.
Yeah.
But I'm not just gonna focus it towards blacks. I'm gonna be talking about politics and whites and everything.
Good. Good.
It ain't just a one demographic of people thing. It's really an American thing. And I look at America like it's based off of whites and blacks. Yep, if we don't get ourselves together, then ain't nobody else gonna get themselves together.
Right.
That's how I feel like that's how America got to where it was at one time a great country to live in, or a great place. Back in, I say, I don't know about the 60s. I'll probably say what, in maybe the 1930s, and even somewhat in the 80s. In the 80s, we had some type of respect for ourselves, we weren't dependent on everybody else. Everything was America. It was about America. I ain't gonna say American made, just as about America, trying to make America, the best that it could be. And it was something y'all was just saying that I agree with. Somebody was saying that they say diversity is our strength, and I just, I agree with what y'all was saying. It definitely ain't. Definitely ain't a strength. It's really weakening us. But liberals want to say it's a strength because they want to bring everybody into America. I was just listening to that conversation. It was just a good conversation. But good mother, you always have good conversation to talk about.
Hey, I just host the place. It's the people that come here to have the conversations that make it good.
Well, I mean, with the people you be having up here, y'all be having some very interesting conversations. And something else I was about to say too. You said you thought I was dead.
Yeah, I thought like some crazy bitches killed you for like running your mouth. I was like, oh shit, Tammy's is dead. He's got to be.
Let that be. Listen here. Nah, they're gonna have to try a lot harder than that.
Yeah,
definitely. So I'm with it. I'm trying to figure out what dude. What did y'all get into it with where he feel like he sided with the queen?
Oh, just crazy bitch. Infected a couple of the regulars on this channel, and then yeah. This was before Kush and Outlaw and Contriver's time, but yeah, they got infected by this crazy bitch, and yeah.
The crazy thing is, dude sound like he really had a good mind on his shoulder, but just because somebody got a good mind don't mean they got a strong back. Everybody ain't got a strong backbone, and they blow in the wind.
Right.
No, I'm still here. It's gonna take a lot for one of these crazy bitches to get me out the way.
Good. Good.
So you've been up here for about 2 hours then?
Yeah, 3 actually.
3. Okay. Yeah. I'm
Tim Mays is like, we're just getting started.
So what's the topics? What's some of the topics I might have missed?
Well, Tay, let me introduce you to everybody here on the panel first, okay?
That's cool.
The top left here, this is Mr. Iridium Kush.
Nice to meet you.
Kush.
In the middle here, this is MGTOW Outlaw.
Hey, nice to meet you, brother.
Outlaw.
Yeah, and this is Unwanted Contriver on the other side.
The Contriver.
Yeah, the backhand of India.
Oh, the backhand of India.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
God,
you're just talking about normal stuff.
you know, the crazy thing is,
Yeah.
if I was like to be watching this around some family or some friends,
Yeah.
they would look at dude Kush and you and be like, why are you talking to these white people?
Right?
They'd be like, why are you talking to me? Not understanding that it ain't really a color thing. It's just me and Good Mother agree and have the same views and ideas about a lot of things. And we just seem somehow, I still don't remember how I bumped into your channel, Good Mother.
Yeah, I don't either.
I literally don't. I just know that at a point in time that certain little channels will pop up on my computer. And
Yeah.
somehow I just happened to, y'all was talking about something and I happened to be in there and I'm like, yeah, let me try to get up. I still can't remember what the conversation was about that made me start watching you or what, but I found you and I definitely ever since then I've been messing with you for sure.
Yeah.
Literally. I literally can't figure out how I bumped into your channel because you had a nice little amount of people that was watching you, but how many people you think was viewing you at that time?
I feel like it's the same as it is now. It's been
That's-
consistent.
That's what I'm thinking too. But
Yeah.
how did I find your channel then? Like,
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? Because they normally people that like when people be doing live, they normally don't put the people that have like small numbers like yours on everybody's feed. So it's like me finding a needle in a haystack to where I have. How did I bump into your channel? It was like literally a needle in a haystack.
It was your Lord and Savior that did it, Tamis.
I think you about right.
Divine intervention.
I think you about right.
Well, because you are an important part of this culture war, and your ideas can spread throughout the community. And like you said, like saying it in a way they can fucking understand, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe in a way they would respect more.
Yeah. You know what I can't understand though? It's like I can understand where a person could try to get offended when they hear somebody white trying to tell somebody that's black something, but who cares about the medicine might taste nasty, you taking the medicine, but you gonna feel good the next day. So you know what I mean? So as long as what you telling me is right, how could you get mad at somebody because they might not be black or if they might not be white, that they're telling you some information that is the truth? So I'm trying, almost lost what I'm trying to say, but yeah, just what you was just saying about me getting my point across and maybe saying it in a way to where they can understand it. They'll listen to you and be like, how can this white lady be trying to tell me something?
Yep.
Like, nah, it ain't that she trying to tell you something. It's that she's seeing something that you doing that you ain't doing it right, and she's trying to help you.
Yeah.
But you don't want to take the help. They only want to take the help when it's welfare or if it's a hand me out. But if you trying to give somebody some lifelong information or something that's pertaining to life, they don't want to hear that. Who are you to tell me? And you a white lady? You know what I mean? They don't want to hear that. And vice versa. It'd be the same way towards blacks too. It's somebody black trying to tell somebody, but not on this not on this channel, because you tend to have people that are receptive to information they want to hear. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's just crazy that I noticed that a lot of that is I can understand, this is the thing is I can understand if it was a white person or a black person telling a white person something wrong, and the white person like, man, I don't want to hear that because you telling me something that's wrong. But if somebody's telling you something right, why wouldn't you want to hear them or understand or get where they're coming from just because they might have grew up or came up in a different environment or of a different environment than you, or they might talk different. They might not have all them Harvard big words, sound like they intellectually know, because that's what I figured out like a little while ago, probably about on your time watching your show, that the ones who got them all them pretty teeth and use them old big old words and they look all nice and stuff. Them the ones that be feeding you lies.
Right.
Just because somebody got pretty teeth and they still can be bullshitting, you know what I mean? But that's what my problem that I'm starting to just realize and just see a lot of. Anybody else got something else to say?
I agree with you, sir, wholeheartedly on this one. And perhaps good mother might have mentioned this uh, or not, but she was, uh, pulverized, blown to smithereens.
No, I
Just,
was.
What happened?
I wasn't.
Polarized.
I mean, she wasn't because she didn't felt like a victim, but as a neutral
Contriver's trying to make it out to be like I was a victim because I had the
No, she was
FBI and the fucking the fucking Texas A&M. You know how I always talk about Texas A&M University? Well, some of these crazy bitches thought I worked there and started calling up there to try to get me fired first.
Good mother, stop playing. Are you serious?
No, I'm serious. It was funny. And then they figured out I didn't work there, and then they warned him, and they lied to him and said that I was going to blow it up or something. So I had the head of security up at Texas A&M University and a guy from the FBI, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, show up at my house about my YouTube channel. It was perfect, too, because I just figured it was only a matter of time before they came. And they had a lot of good stuff to say. I mean, they literally sent 2 straight white men to my house to try to sort me out.
What?
Yeah.
And said what? And shut the front door.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
nah.
it was fine because it's like they had a lot to say too. I mean, these are men in America, straight white men in America that are literally living the same fucking experience as the men that are on the panel. And they said they watched my channel for a couple weeks before they even came out, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't disagree with anything that you guys talk about." Like,
yes,
yeah. So
yes, but good mother, let me kindly interject here and ask Mr. T. Mays. Mr. T. Mays,
go ahead. I'm listening.
please tell me, had it been a man instead of a woman like good mother, had he had the very same treatment of the state agency?
Yeah, and I already know where you're going. Let me explain it because I was just about to bring it up too. Good mother, you in Texas, ain't you?
Yeah.
So you got a lot of conservative and alphas down there because they pretty much live off the land. It's basically the country. You just got some areas that is city. It's more country in Texas than it is more city.
Yeah.
So it's more conservative down there. Now, if good mother was in Baltimore, Maryland, Chicago, Illinois, they would have strung good mother up by her feet. They would have strung you. It wouldn't have been. I don't think it would have been the same outcome. It definitely wouldn't have. But it's just it's the demographic of where she at. But what Unwanted Contriver is trying to say is that, and I agree with him too, though, because I mean, I don't think they would have went easier on a man like that. But I still, I don't think that they would have went easy on a man like. But I still believe that it's the demographic that you were in.
Yeah,
that's why they acted like that. Yep.
Yeah, actually, one of the guys, when I was talking about MGTOW stuff, one of the guys looked at the other one who's like, wow, because I was explaining the tenants and all this other stuff. And the one dude looked at the other one. He's like, wow, dude, that sounds like you. And I was like, oh, what? I was like, did you get fucked over by a woman? He's like, yeah, my ex-wife left me for her massage therapist. It's like,
what?
Yeah, a chick. No. See, I blame the massage therapist because you're in a position where this is your job to provide relief for a service, right? But you're a lesbian and you take and you cross boundaries in that very intimate fucking space where your client's naked.
Yeah.
And you know how fucking lesbians work. They're all kinds of sexually deranged.
And they
And
sneaky. They
and they're
sneaky.
super sneaky. Yes.
They
Yeah.
are you know what I noticed about them too
Yeah.
is they come in as real good friends. Oh, this is my friend. We always go out and kick it. And then
Right.
the whole time you got one of them that's got that evil mindset that I want to have sexual intimacy with her. So after a while, she somehow slips in and gets a kiss from her, and then
Right.
it turns into something else. So it starts off as that they just friends, but deep down, it's the one that really want to take it farther than that. But yeah, definitely it's business before pleasure, and all respects to whoever that FBI agent or whatnot talking about his business. We ain't saying no names, but just just
Right.
talking about the situation or whatnot. With
Yeah.
all due respect, but yeah, that's crazy. So what it seemed like with him is that he's seen what that feminist liberal agenda has done. It's gonna
Oh yeah.
did
Yeah.
he have kids?
No, I don't know, but I didn't ask about kids. But he has a partner who's a woman, and because when they were telling me that they watched my channel for a couple of weeks before they even came out, he's like, "Yeah, also my partner's a woman, and I made sure not to bring her here."
Oh yeah. What?
Yeah. So it's in my local law enforcement, obviously.
What? So what that sound like to you then? When he said that, tell me what you think about that.
It sounded like she has more power and control at work than he does. Yeah.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
And I think it sounds like to me is that she don't agree with you.
No, because she's a feminist. She's a woman that works in law enforcement. That's obviously a feminist.
This shit is crazy.
I know.
Wow.
It's fun though.
Yeah, this is crazy. And if they don't understand, it's like a cancer. Like they like, why I can't? If I'm a female, why I can't work as a law enforcement? Because it's an agenda that pushes their brain and their way of thinking to think a certain way.
Yeah.
To where she just against all of your views, because the narrative of since about the 1960s has been let's empower women. Let's empower women. So she's got just like the with the Supreme Court when they reversed that what's it called? You know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Abortion?
Roe versus
Wade.
Nope, the other one.
The affirmative action?
The affirmative action. They've been fed that for so long.
I know.
They don't understand. Like me, I'm like this. They put that in position for a certain amount of time. Y'all didn't even take the Negroes and the blacks did not take advantage of that. They were supposed to take advantage of that.
The women did.
And that's the problem.
Only black women did.
Yeah.
Who are counted as double minority.
And what happened with their kids? They fell behind in math, reading, and writing.
Yeah.
So the people that got into the government or whatnot, their sisters was looking at them like, oh, my sister's the FBI agent, and she was a affirmative action or whatnot. I'm gonna go try to do what my sister did, and the other sister that's younger than her, or whoever, their kids ain't reading and writing. That everybody can't be with the Jeffersons. Everybody can't keep up with the Jones and be with the Jones. Everybody can't be a neurologist or an NFL player. So her kids is falling behind while the other lady, her sister, is an FBI agent. She's succeeding. And it's like man, that affirmative action and whatnot. That's the FBI lady that who came to your house. That's who she rolling with. She probably one of the ones to think that affirmative action should have been taken away when just like I said, you had enough time and your people should have took advantage of it, bettered yourself. But you see what the black community is now, but don't nobody want to hear that.
It's way worse.
Way worse. Now, how does that happen?
You gave women all the extra privileges and shit on all the men as a society.
Yeah. And with it,
they removed the father from the household.
Facts. Go ahead. Yeah, just like you said, they removed the father. But you know what I noticed about in the black community, even the white community. I'm not gonna be this hard. They have the Black Widow mentality, the prey mantis mentality. They have the prey. I think it's either prey mantis or the Black Widow. They get pregnant by the male spider, and then they kill the male spider.
The mantis.
The mantis, I think, yeah. So that's what they have in the community. So even if the female has a son, the liberal agenda's been pushing so hard on her that she would destroy her own husband or her own sons to keep the female and herself in power.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a serious matriarchy.
Yes, definitely. It definitely is. But
Now,
I can't.
this
Go ahead.
could be a blessing. This could be a blessing in disguise, by the way, because now a black man would come to the forefront. A black man would decide and dictate as to what are the familial dynamics going to be, not a black woman. And that would be something that would be much more interesting to look at from my perspective because I like it.
Hey, but check this out. You're not wrong. I said this years ago, probably around the time even being on your show. I don't remember if I said it on your show or not, but they're trying to see liberals and Democrats. They're trying to basically manipulate the food chain in nature, and they have done it. But it's only a matter of time before nature takes its course, and it's gonna flip flop all the way around. And just like it's doing with the Roe versus Wade and the affirmative action, see, y'all did what y'all did with Biden with the whatever the shenanigans was with the election. Y'all thought y'all got away with it, and y'all think they progression, but they're losing more. If the dummies don't realize, they're losing more rights now since they don't have Biden in. So that should tell them everything they need to know. Y'all thought y'all was supporting somebody that was gonna be good for y'all, and everything is flip flopping around. You losing your rights, and they taking them, and it's going to eventually going to hurt the females more than it's going to hurt the males.
Mm.
It's only nature.
Yeah. Hey, gents, I need to take a potty break. I will be right back. Okay.
Take your time. So yeah, Mr. Kush. That's only the nature or whatnot. Just like if you try to go in and manipulate the environment of the lion, you can try to manipulate the environment of the lion all you want to, but the female can only take on so many hyenas.
Yeah. Well, there's another point you made earlier that I want to ask. Like you understand this, like people should understand it. You say, I don't care if it's a white person or a black person who points out something that you did wrong, you can accept it. But there's somewhere in the communita, there's somewhere this is ingrained in young black kids that if it comes from anybody but a black person, it's wrong. You see this pattern, and that's really more a question I have for you. Is where's that coming from?
Mama.
Okay.
Mama.
Okay.
And you like, it's a person to be like, why you say it's coming from mama? Because they have been brought up in so many generations of illogical ways of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And most of them don't even have respect for men and don't think logical that mama's gonna tell you the white man's bad. Don't listen to him or don't listen to her. Only white man that they want to listen to is the so-called educated man. If it's coming from the person that got the degree or the master's degree, they all ears. They want to hear that. They want if you got a certificate and a paper behind you, they want to hear what you got to say about that. But if you somebody that is working a not regular 9 to 5 and you trying to tell somebody some logic, what do you know? Then it's like, I don't have to have a master's degree to know that 2 + 2 is 4. I mean, the facts. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh no. I just wanted to say, even this affirmative action that has been, overturned, and Clarence Thomas, of all people, associate, Supreme Justice of the Supreme Court. He's also thinking about reconsidering the possibilities of, homosexuality and things like that.
I told you.
The Second Amendment travel. Only a black man who is conservative had the cojones to actually put that into action. So
Yeah.
I am very much, I have become a fan of Mr. Clarence Thomas, sitting thousands of miles away from United States territory, and
Yeah.
I would submit this, that whatever he is doing, it would help incentivize good behavior and, shall we say, masculinity in general, not just for black men but for all men, including
Facts.
black men. So
Facts.
I am very much in support of Mr. Clarence Thomas as to what he's doing, because other conservatives who have been there didn't had the cojones to do that. Whether it is that blue-eyed boy, the darling of the conservatives, Brett Kavanaugh, or Amy Coney Barrett, who was recently the last inductee during the Trump dispensation at that
You,
time.
you
So
know why they
apart,
you know why they
yeah,
don't got you know why they don't got the cojones. And if you
yes,
don't,
because
hold on, I'm gonna give you an example.
the
I'm gonna give you an example real quick. It's a video on YouTube where it's a white dude that was threatened by a black dude. The white dude called the cops on him and told the cops that the black dude threatened him with a knife. The cops went and arrested him, and the white dude started crying because he didn't want the black dude to get
Oh, I
arrested.
saw that.
Yep, I did too.
yes,
So with me just saying that is that white people are so scared to stand up. The ones that maybe don't know how to fight or are scared of their own shadow. You know, the timid ones, the betas, and it's typically dang near the betas just in these positions. To societies don't made it hard to where people that know what's right don't want to stand up because they don't want to be lied on and they don't want to be killed because the writing's on the wall. You can
Hmm.
see if you seeing what's going on with Donald Trump, then you already know that if it can happen to him, it can happen to you. If
Yep.
this happened to a
uh,
millionaire, somebody got millions and millions of dollars, and we just average citizen, go ahead, I'm listening.
I,
What?
I, I, I am actually in awe of the stance that has been taken by Mr. Clarence Thomas, and I hope Godspeed that he goes further and in full throttle, because half measures also hurt civilization and especially men's rights. And I am a
Mhm.
very ardent supporter of men's rights. I mean, whether it is for a black man or a white man, I don't give a damn. It is
Yeah,
for a
me facts.
man,
I'm with
And
you.
you
and a
and you
man
hit
is
it
the head of the household, and has been
and
for
you hit it dead on the head. That guy not only was scared of that, he was scared of the court of public opinion.
Facts.
He was
Yeah,
scared
and
of what society was going to do about it,
Facts.
say about it.
Facts. Yes, he
Because
was.
anytime that you see a white person come out against a black person for trying to hold them accountable for something they do, or vice versa, but
Mm-hmm.
usually when a white person holds a black person accountable, they're not just scared of the person or the people. They're scared of what the social media is going to do to their
Mm-hmm.
reputation. They're going to destroy them. They're going to
Mm-hmm.
go after their job. They're going to go after their family. So yeah, it's very loaded. The stacked against them the repercussions.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's and you know, you got people to sit back and they talk about that white dude or whatnot for crime, and you know he's a beta or whatnot, because I'm like this. Oh well, I'm not apologizing or none of that. It is what it is. If you just don't agree, I'm not coming back and apologize unless I said something that I got the numbers wrong or something like that. That is factually, I'm not coming back and apologizing over somebody's feelings. Basically, if your feelings got hurt, I'm not one of them dudes that's gonna apologize because somebody's feelings got hurt. If you ain't like it and you a grown man or grown woman and you want to boo-hoo and cry and it's the way you said it and it hurt my feelings, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not I'm not apologizing. And that's what just like and you see what they did with Good Mother, just like she said, they went to wherever, try to go to allegedly wherever her job was and tried to destroy her like that. So society is seeing what's going on and it's causing people like that maybe be like a Kush or a MGTOW outlaw or a contriver or a Good Mother. It would make us almost want to stand down and not say nothing because we smart to where we see and know what's going on in society. And we like, well, hold up. We don't want to mess our lives up. And we not like that. We're not the type that just gonna tuck our tail and not say nothing. But the other people that are betas, they are scared. They scared to say that boys can't have babies. They scared to say that girls can't be boys and boys can't be girls.
Yeah, it's funny though. These crazy bitches try to use the same tactics that they've been using on men for decades on me, and it backfires every fucking time.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's like they go to punch at me and they end up punching themselves in the face. It's brilliant.
Yeah. And that's
I sent a video to you, Good Mother, in private chat. Would you please elucidate on that?
What is this?
Yeah, please, sir. Mr. Team is, you have come after a year or something. You have to say. Please don't let me stop you.
Yeah, let's chat for a bit before we go into videos. I made a coffee, so I'm good for a while.
She said I made a coffee. I'm good.
I made a coffee.
Yeah, yeah, but I see it. That's crazy you sit there and said that, Good Mother. It's one of my favorite sayings or whatnot. You ever see the female that goes up against the dude and act like she wants to fight with the dude or something? And then when it's a female, the same female don't want to fight the other female, like she wanted to fight the dude. She want to act like she can beat the dude up, but when she knows she can't, but when it's another female, it's her size and wants to give her the action, meaning that will fight her. She got no fight in her. She backed down to her.
It's because they're actually cowards, and that's the only reason that they prey on men, because they know that men do not want to fight them and will do their damnedest to not fucking hit them back.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. And then society tries to what is the word? Beat a man or verbally, mentally, hold a man. Basically, you can't hit no woman. You shouldn't be talking to her like that or whatnot. When it's like, well, hold up. She trying to hit me over the head with a pan. She should already know that I'm gonna defend myself, but you still shouldn't hit. And the females know that.
Yep.
That's why they feel entitled and feel like, oh, I know I can't beat him, but I'm gonna berate him and I'm gonna still hit him. Because they know, just like you said, typically a man don't want to fight them, and a man knows that it morally ain't right to even try to even physically entertain that type of altercation with a female.
Yeah. Because the female's way outclassed.
Yeah.
Like, it's no competition there. It wouldn't be a fair fight, and men know that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But see, when they do it against another female, they don't want to do all that with another female because they know the other female, if she gets in a fight, society ain't going to say nothing to her because they're going to be like, oh, that's just females fighting.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, well, hold up. As a man, am I just supposed to let this female beat me over the head? Or am I supposed to just let her choke me out and pull a knife on me and act like she's going to stab me to death?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what?
Go
So,
ahead.
some drama that you missed. I collected quite a few crazy bitches in your absence, but something I noticed in the Black community, they use race as a way to get the men to go after women. They can't, because I've had so many like Black men try to get in between me and another female when I'm holding her accountable, trying to protect me and like trying to go at me. But the female used the race card, saying I was like racist or something. So they felt that it was their duty to battle a racist. That's the only way they could do it, to
Yeah.
get somebody to come after me. And I thought that was really fucking strange that
You
these crazy bitches would stoop that low.
you remember
Like,
you remember I remember you used to do the little shows where you had the ladies on there and you'll be talking to them for hours. And I would sit back and watch your shows or whatnot, and I'll be in the chat in the chat, or I'll be down, and I wouldn't try to come up there, like join y'all's conversation, because in my mind,
Right.
I'm like, as a man,
yeah,
I'm like, I'm letting these two females talk. Let me just chill out and let them talk. This ain't no room for me to jump into their conversation. They're having a good discussion. So let me stay. So when I go to say that is that whoever them dudes were that was jumping in the middle of it is betas, because more than likely they know mentally and verbally and with your in your intellect that you obviously was destroying whoever the Black female was. So they
yeah,
feel like it was an obligation for them to come try to protect her because they like, oh, good mother is destroying her.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
that's gonna always be their way of trying to do that, is using race.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
they got to protect their queens.
yep, definitely.
Yeah.
They definitely do or whatnot. And
I
what I,
hate
what I
pooping while
noticed,
standing.
what I noticed is society emulates politics. And I said this a while ago. You know it's bad when a person can come out and say that somebody's racist when they ain't. They don't have no evidence that they racist, and that's the same thing they use with you.
Yeah.
Like if somebody's racist, you gotta have either audio, video, or something that was written by them to prove that they are racist, or something that they don't done to allegedly prove that they're racist. You can't just come off and be like, oh, this person breaks into houses. And you'd be like, okay, well, whose house did they break in? I don't know, but trust me, they break in houses. Like, but how are you gonna say somebody breaks in houses, but you don't have you don't have no victim, you don't know what house it was, you don't know the date or time. So you basically just don't have no evidence. But I mean, it's just with society, the way society is right now, to where, and it's really backward, because that's a slippery slope to where somebody can just go make allegations and people will believe you without no evidence. You know. What you think, MGTOW, Outlaw?
Well, from what I have studied on the subject racism, it's a political term created by a man named Leon Trotsky. And when you get down to the core of it, it has been used throughout history since it has been a word in creation, used to politically divide people.
Yep.
So I do not, and this might be a controversial statement for a lot of people, I don't believe there is such a thing as racism.
Me
I believe
neither.
that there is such a thing as prejudice. I believe there's such a thing as hatred towards people. I don't believe there's such a thing as racism.
I just look at it as good and evil. I really don't believe in racism neither. I just look, either you good or you evil.
That's it. You got
So
it.
I mean,
Exactly.
I agree with you 100%. Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
No. I'm done. But yeah, look, there's no reason to fear your race. There's no reason for you to fear my race, not you specifically, but there's no reason to fear people until they've first given you a reason to fear them.
Facts. Yup. Yes, sir. I agree 100%. You hit the nail on the coffin, man, for sure with that. Yeah, that's deep. And then you obviously you got the names and everything. He said that it is he created the word race, and it is a political thing. That's crazy. You said that that's all it is a political tool.
Mhm.
That's from what I noticed over my time and 36 years of living. That's all racism has been used for. Just what you said to divide.
Mhm.
And this is something else you might have missed. It's something that was used to get people emotion, get them caught up
Yes.
in their emotion.
Yes.
Emotional terrorism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because let me tell you something.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Let me tell everybody something here. Children, when they grow up, have no concept of skin color. They have no concept of any of that until it's first pointed out to them
Mhm.
by an adult, by
Absolutely.
somebody
Yep.
who is influential in their life.
Facts.
See,
Facts.
kids will play with one another.
Mhm.
They'll play with any color skin person that they want to play with, because
Mhm.
that the factors that adults come into it with don't apply to children because they don't understand it. So when you see children growing up with this mindset, and same thing with the trans nonsense, it's because influential adults have first introduced it to them,
Yeah.
which is exactly why you don't allow them in schools to teach
Right.
kids.
Yeah.
And I'll get
I
off my
mean,
soapbox.
and that's crazy. You sit there and said that because I specifically remember this conversation. Me and Good Mother, and she had a chat up here some years ago. We sit and had this conversation. Just what you said. Kids don't know race. I had a white friend when I was my first friend was a white kid. My best friend. I still remember his name. I remember his mom name. That freckle faced white dude with red hair. And rest in peace to my great aunt, but she was my kindergarten teacher or whatnot. And me and that white dude, his name was Cody. And we used to terrorize our little kindergarten class or whatnot. We was bad with each other to where they needed to separate us, because if they kept us together, the school probably wouldn't have been still standing, because we would just be feeding off each other's energy, just running around doing all type of bad stuff. But yeah, and I ain't know nothing about no racism when I was when I was no kid, when I was playing with him. I just knew Cody was my best friend.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to play with him, and we used to have fun just doing. I ain't know it was being bad, but we used to have fun doing whatever we was doing, which was most bad stuff.
Yep.
Dang, sure.
Absolutely.
It's definitely taught. Racist is definitely taught. And this is something else that they play off on feelings too, or whatnot. Every time you notice the election coming around, the Democrats, the Republicans, they want to take your abortion rights away. You can't have the decision to get no abortion, da da this, da da that. Well, how about you take and use the decision to before you want to kill a kid, use the decision to put a protection on. That's your first right that you got, to use protection to where you don't get pregnant, to where you don't have to get no abortion or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they're gonna take my abortion rights away. I'm not voting for the Republicans, because every election they come around with that racism and abortion, and that gets most of all.
Racism and women's rights, right?
Mhm.
Or women's privileges to commit fucking crimes.
Yeah.
Yes, but how come an abortion becomes a right? It is not mentioned in the Bill of Rights. You turn it upside down, squeeze lemon juice on it. It is not there.
That's
And
why it got overturned, contriver.
yes, but let us just assume for a second that it was there. Well, First Amendment is also there. Government does not subsidize your newspaper publication. For Second Amendment is there. Does government hand you money to buy a shotgun?
Dang, that's a good point.
Yeah. Yep.
Whoa,
On it.
That's a good point, buddy. I never
Well, these
thought
are
about
the
that.
points of another Indian, by the way, another curry cell like me, Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah, Dinesh. Yeah.
I'm just plagiarizing what he says.
Nah, you still, hey, but still, I mean, even if you do, I mean, I still can't be like, oh, because whoever you listening to, whoever they smart and you smart, because birds of a feather flock together. I only want to listen to people that's got a logical mind. That when they talk, I can understand them and they make sense. If I can't click with you on that, then I don't see how I'm gonna click with you on anything else.
I am just relishing the fact that a country head like our brother MGTOW Outlaw and Mr. T Mays, both from different races, are
Mhm.
actually sitting together and agreeing on things.
Yeah.
Because both race does not matter. It might have mattered to people in the 50s and 60s and
Hmm.
40s and whatnot. It doesn't matter today. And even though, to an extent, that even the legatee of Marcus Garvey, Sarah Garvey, who lives in UK, the transatlantic cousins of you people, he actually says that nowadays concludes. I mean, I don't know whether he has said it publicly or not, but he has been many a times on Just Pearly Things podcast, and he actually, I think, attests to the fact that feminism is bigger problem than racism today,
Oh
because
Yeah.
yeah,
if a
yeah,
man,
yeah,
exactly,
it
because
is.
if a man is not allowed to have his own family, regardless of the matter of color of the family itself, then what is the use of race fighting of men amongst each other?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
That
You was
whole argument, the whole argument of racism is just stupid, man. Look, how are you going to say that a whole race is racist and they owe reparations when half of the population currently right now came from different countries that never owned them in the first place? You got your white Russians, you got your Australians, you got a lot of Europeans that live here who never owned them. When you start whittling this stuff down like a stick of wood, you realize it's a very particularly aimed hatred and racism towards a very particular group of people,
hmm
not all whites.
yeah.
It's a very, it's almost like it's a laser focused argument on very few people that they have prejudices against.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought
But
yeah.
hold on, that is exactly what the feminists have taught them, though. That's the same thing they do with all men. They punish all men for like the, I don't want to call it misguided, but
No.
the malicious actions of a few degenerate men. They punish all
uh,
men for that.
look, the polarizing factor, there is a polarizing factor in China. If you ask SKC, I was on SKC's stream before Mr. Iridium Kush actually started streaming with my friend Muhammad Qadir. Uh, he he was if you ask him, his wife is Chinese, so he would be better. He would be better be able to tell you than me. There is something called a century of humiliation in China, which is an anti-colonial theory that these Britishers, not Americans, not everybody else, these Britishers, did some bad things to us, and the British colonial empire was responsible for the opioid wars and so on and so forth, where we, from being very prosperous civilization, actually became downtrodden and downhearted and demoralized just because we were colonized for a century. So that century of humiliation has become a buzzword, a dog whistle in China, where it is all about rallying the people behind the Chinese Communist Party today. They say if we are not going to be there, these white people are going to come up and they are going to do things like that, and they are themselves discombobulated about the fact that uh, they can't make head or tail about it. Conscious decision making, which was a part and parcel of ancient Chinese philosophy, is missing from the Chinese Communist Party because they are communist by nature. They just want to be in the authoritarian position themselves, not for the others. Otherwise, they would wallow and cry, whatever. So that is at least from a neutral third party perspective. And please, there are white people on this platform, there are black people on this, gentlemen on this platform. They could correct me if I am wrong, but that is what is used as a polarizing or a mobilizing factor. Save our women. So I'm going to stand for a black woman because a white woman is talking to them, or I'm going to stand for a white woman even though she might had been getting her back blown by Chads and Tyrone together. It doesn't matter. I have, the people who actually have Adolf Hitler in their profile picture on Discord. I have
Mm.
talked to those sort of people
Yeah.
who are real racists, who called me nigger on the face, and I took it like a champion because I am a sand nigger. I don't care. I love the word. I love the word. I love the word. I can't do anything about it. But this is what it is. So I talked to them and I said that, well, if you want to save your white civilization, quote unquote, then why don't you uh, resurrect patriarchy and reinstate the paternal and conjugal rights of a man?
Hey,
It was all haywire, and there was a nervous breakdown of the man, and he said, you think that we Europeans are wife beaters and whatnot, just like you Indians. We are not like that. We don't like to kill our women. And I said nothing about killing women. I'm just talking about setting the record straight for them. They have to abide by the rules of the head of the household, or otherwise, they could take a bloody hike. At least you can do that in your own damn house. That man was taken on a ride of a steep learning curve of a psychological journey with me. And this is, I'm talking about from 9 years ago.
hey,
Wow.
contriver, and with the feminists over here don't the feminist liberal females don't understand. I was watching the video on YouTube, and you know how they got the passport bros just going over to these other countries. Well, now they got the passport girls, they going over. So the one clip that I seen was a passport girl.
What? What?
Yeah.
Oh, that can't end well.
Oh,
just,
man.
just a second.
What
Just
do
a
What
these
second.
happened?
let's think they're gonna get?
What
Ju-
happened?
I would tell you. I would tell you.
Hold
I would.
on, Tay. Oh no, Tay. Tell me what you saw. This clip.
All right, so you already, I can already, just how you smiling like you already know it ain't end well for the liberal. So look,
What happened?
dude, guess why he cut her off? I think they was in the dude was from, like, let's say Puerto Rico, and the girl she was from America, and she was like a lawyer, and she was a lawyer and something. So he was like,
Super feminist.
yeah, super. He basically was in so many words saying that everything's about money. You treat me like a little boy, because he was speaking his language, so
Yeah.
it was coming up in subtitles. But the whole thing that I'm bringing up to contriver is, why do liberal females think that what goes on in America, how they run, and how everything is being ran in America, where they're pumped up to think that they're running stuff, that they can take that over to India, Puerto Rico, all these other foreign countries, do they not
Uh,
understand that they will not come back to America, that they will end up thrown off a cliff or something somewhere with that liberal stuff?
So,
I,
so
I
no, hold on. The feminists in universities have been doing that for years. They go to these other universities where they're safe, right? They're in
Mhm,
their safe space, and then
mhm,
they indoctrinate their young.
mhm.
So your average everyday woman that's like, oh, I want to go try that, isn't protected under university fucking
Y-
statutes.
No,
So
you ain't. No, you in Puerto
yeah,
Rico. They're not just like in that it was a something in the soccer. It was something in soccer to where they was basically it was just this past year whatnot. They were trying to fly the LGBT Q flag over in one of them countries, and the soccer players was like, we don't do that over here.
right.
And they
Mhm.
basically, and what I'm saying is just because it's cool over here in America, they will hurt you over in these other countries because you trying to force your American ideology on them, and they're not trying to have their country all where they women think that they can run men, and they
Mhm.
will in the other countries they willing to die to protect that, to where they're not having the women running stuff and messing the government and messing their society up. What's left of their society?
Yeah, I saw one of these crazy bitch feminists, this blonde one that tries to look like Marilyn Monroe. Uh, I saw a clip of her. She was on the news because she was in Japan bugging the Japanese government about getting more women into the government. Of course, she was doing it from the safety of, contriver, what do you call it when you have kind of like, I guess, diplomatic immunity? I guess you can go
yes,
somewhere and do
yes,
whatever in the fuck you want. But
yes.
these crazy bitches have that, and they go to other countries and harass the men there.
Mm.
It's
Yes,
so weird that they
man,
allow it. I don't understand why other countries allow it, though.
because America, since the Charles Krauthammer actually talking about a unipolar moment, this unipolar moment has actually facilitated much of the debauchery on the part of US dispensation as a whole, not people in general, but dispensation, the deep state as we call it. So what happens is if a US ambassador comes to India, let's just say Antony Blinken, okay? I'm just using it as an example. It could be Lindsey Graham or anybody else. I don't give a damn.
Mm.
So they come to India. Or Oprah Winfrey when she comes for her quote unquote slum tourism over here.
Mm, mm,
She does it and sees poor people, downtrodden people, the lowest common denominator of the society, and then she writes a few lines about it on her media network or whatever because she's a billionaire herself. Imagine my shock. And then she goes back. It is just like a sabbatical. It is a sabbatical for these people. And then, just because they have visited India once for their quote unquote slum tourism, they try to dictate terms because they think they know something about other countries.
right.
And that is what I would see in the Afro Dalit movement or whatever is going on, where some Africans from Harvard University are actually talking about, shall we say, untouchability in India. These people don't know the origins behind it. I do because I am one of those actually untouchables from India.
Straight. Hey,
So,
quick
so
question. Quick
yeah,
question, real quick. Good mother, is that Braxton that was in the chat? I remember his name too. Is that Braxton?
Yeah, he is in the
yes,
chat.
Man,
he's our brother.
yeah,
Yeah,
man. That's who I was talking about too. Braxton. Yeah, that
yeah.
was my man too. I like him, man. What's up, Braxton?
Everyone loves Braxton.
He's a
Yeah,
good
he
dude. He's a
hasn't
good
been
dude.
on the panel in a while. He used to come on the panel all the time and just
Yeah,
show his flags in the background and just kind of sit and listen. he
Braxton is
he
a
would
good dude.
interject every now and then, but he was more like the flag bearer of the channel.
Yeah, Braxton used to when I used to come on here. Braxton used to have them points. He'd be talking that mess too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Definitely did. He used to stay on week because Good Mother. You probably the first chat that I used to stay in to where I'd be up all morning on a 4-hour chat. To where I'd be like, man, I was up all morning on a chat with everybody.
Yeah. I think you fell asleep one time, did you?
I did fall. I sure
Yeah.
did.
Almost everybody has. So it's like a
Yeah.
rite of passage.
Mm-hmm. Dang
Yeah.
sure. Nah, but sorry about that unwanted contriver
Oh
though.
no, sir, no, sir. I just want to see a black and a white man consider and realize the fact that they are not a problem to each other. The women are who keep us fighting.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. You definitely
That's
right
it.
about that.
That's
Yep.
it. And if
Yeah.
conservatism gets, or patriarchy gets resurrected in America, that would be better for the rest of the world, because we
Mhm.
are
Yes.
also getting lumped up in the draconian laws alongside men of any other color, creed, or society, because we, who didn't had anything to begin with,
Right.
are also thought to be the violent predators and whatnot. So
Right.
I'm just standing in unison with men. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Well, you know what I've noticed is they pushing all this LGBTQ and this feminist stuff on everybody, and it's like after a while, which I don't understand how it's even after a while. Why do it take for a young lady to get beat up by a transgender in the locker room, or a kid in school to get uh, by a transgender, for people to realize that why we can't just stick to the regular norms that was already set up by nature,
Yeah.
the natures
The
of
re-
God and all. I mean, with the sexes, it's just we ain't got to bring God, we can just say nature,
Yeah.
a man
yes,
and a female.
but
Biology.
Yeah,
the reason
Science.
being,
Trust the science.
trust the
exactly,
science.
Yep.
yeah, I think the reason behind it, Sir T Maze, is that women are doing the backseat driving for the entire civilization.
They
Yep.
are.
We always
They
They,
are.
do.
so the laws
Always
are
do.
in their side, everything is in their side, and men are slowly realizing this, and that is why they are, you know, directly or indirectly supporting trans, because you know, ideologically, if men and women are equal, then why do you have a problem with equality? I mean, men are certainly going to become like women, and they are becoming like women.
Hmm.
Second of all, if men and women are not equal, then these very turfs, trans exclusive radical feminists, would be on the wrong side of the progressive history, because you would stop progress from men becoming women. When men would become women, they would beat them up just like that trans women or whatever, and
Yeah.
there would be no course correction for that, because ultimately it is all about a black woman or a white woman getting beaten up, and they would
Yeah.
understand slowly. And that is why men like me, I'm in full support of trans women, because they are the only ones giving a bloody nose to these women whom on whom we couldn't lay a hand.
But check this out. You know what? I was against. I'm like, man. At first, I'm like, man. You know what? Nah, don't be doing it. Don't let no boys go in no females' life because they saying they no transgender. But I'm like you now, contriver with not. Nah, you know what? If this is what y'all want to let the boys go into the girls' bathroom because they saying they feel like they a girl today. Y'all
Yeah.
go ahead and do it. But don't
More.
don't don't look at Artie Art or the T Mays and be like, why y'all letting this happen to it? No, this is what y'all asked for, and we gonna let y'all have it. We gonna give y'all just like y'all wanted sleepy creepy Joe man in the office, and now you can't go out here and buy a thing of lettuce without paying $12 for it, or go get a gallon of gas without paying $10 a gallon for gas or whatnot. Y'all wanted that, and now I'm supposed to feel bad because you can't go drive up the street because you ain't got enough money to fill your car up.
Mhm.
Speak of the devil, and the devil delivers. Ryan is here.
Is that Ryan from Canada?
It is.
Yes, sir.
That's my main man.
Hmm.
That is my main man. Heck, we say, yeah, good mother. I think it was Ryan. Ryan was on there that night I fell asleep.
Yeah.
Because he used to be on here. He used to be on here all the time too. Yep.
Yeah. He said his piece. He everybody comes and says their piece. They'll come
Yeah.
back and conversate with new people. And
Hell, I didn't, name this channel as Working Men's Hostel for nothing.
yeah, I have a couple backup channels, Tay, because I went through the landmines of getting strikes, so I have, I don't know, 5 channels backups.
Oh, God.
One is called the Working Man's Hostel.
Got you. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm learning from you then. I got you. So I need to. Yep.
Yeah. Well, you're uploading videos. Are you gonna do streams or anything?
Well, I think, don't you got to get a certain amount of views to get this where you live stream?
No,
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Huh?
I started live streaming as soon as I got my channel.
Yeah.
What? Hold up. I thought you had to have like a certain amount of. Oh, shoot. I got to figure that out then.
Yeah.
Exactly, please. Stream.
He said exactly, please. Yeah, for sure. I got to do my investigation on that. So,
If-
yeah.
Yes, sir.
You can use StreamYard. I mean, a lot of people will use free accounts too.
Mhm.
You get how many hours a month?
6
20.
hours. 6.
6 hours a month for free.
Mhm.
StreamYard is 20.
20 hours a month for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. 20 hours a month for free to
Okay.
use the free one, and then yeah, it's pretty simple to set up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if you need help with that, let us know.
I got you.
We
Yeah,
can
for
we can
sure.
guide you through it. Plus, are you doing Discord at all?
Nope. I
Okay.
ain't even hip. Nope. I ain't even hip to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to we got to figure out some way to where we can you can basically just give me a rundown of how everything is set up, but I don't really want to talk about it right now because I'm just so happy to be able to talk to you. Second thing is I just love the conversation that we having.
Yeah. Yeah, we can sort that out later.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah.
if the attack helicopter fucking shows up to say hi, that would be nice. He
Who's
just
the
got
attack
married,
helicopter?
Ryan,
Oh yeah.
the snowflake.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, he was actually just saying he has a family friend. Was it a family friend that has a transgender 15-year-old boy to girl?
What?
Ryan, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong. You said a friend of the family has a 15-year-old trans. So a friend of the family is abusing their 15-year-old son.
It's all over America. It's that one actor to where she got 3. I think she got 3 boys.
Yes. What's
You
her
see,
from
Oh,
Transformers?
Megan Fox.
Megan
Yes.
Fox, yeah.
Literally
It's-
abusing in public her 3 sons.
and said one of the dudes commented and said, I used to be her neighbor. And the one boy said that, Mom, I don't want to dress like this. And basically she forced him to dress like that. And these dummies ain't child protective services ain't came and talked to her or not even came and removed them boys from that
Well,
house.
right?
Vagina privilege.
Well, no,
Yep.
no, it's because the laws have been in place, and those are currently like the LGBTQIA plus plus community is freaking out right now because there's so many legislation things that are being passed that are outlawing transgender. They're calling it healthcare. They're calling the mutilation of children and the sterilization of children fucking healthcare. They've been doing it for years. And so they put in some legal protections for that are currently being undone. So until CPS gets caught up on that, they won't be taking away kids. But it's going to fucking happen.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah.
And just like I was gonna say this second, see with the LGBTQ to understand is they can keep trying to push this agenda all they want to. Sure, slowly but surely, you turning people on y'all. The American society, it ain't that somebody's picking or bothering or trying to hurt y'all. No, y'all are forcing yourself on everybody else. But when people stand up and speak up against y'all got a problem with when they speak up, just like with the Dodgers thing. They want to be up there showing showing them crucifying what they call them, nuns of something at the Dodger game, where it's trannies dressed like nuns. So they want to basically, at the Dodgers game they were celebrating transgender nuns, and they were beating on Christ on the cross. But the Bible says that you don't. That's basically blasphemy for you to uh basically do basically what they're doing is blasphemy. They're making mockery of the Bible. So you want to make the mockery of the Bible, but so when somebody says something about your sexuality, it's called the transgenders or the LGBTQ said we're bullying them.
Right.
So
You know what?
Go ahead.
You know what's fucked up is feminists created transgenders.
Yeah, they did.
And now they're getting all the blame for what was done to them.
Yeah.
It's victim blaming for sure. Yeah.
And it was started by females. That's crazy.
Yes.
It's exactly what you're saying. It's started. So the people that you saying are basically victimizing you are the people that started you to be like that.
Yep.
I could even tell as to why they started.
Go
Nobody
ahead.
asked that question. Why
Why?
they started was because anything and everything, just like they say, the police says you have the right to remain silent. Anything and everything you say or do could be used against you in a court of law, and this, that, and the other. You would get your lawyer when you arrive at the police station, right? So,
Mhm.
just like that, anything and everything which would you know emasculate masculinity in general, they would amplify that by showing men as pansies, whether it is the homosexuality factor, whether it is the gay factor, whether it is the bisexuality factor, and consider it and write articles about it saying that it is the quote unquote new normal.
Mm.
So
I
did
think
you? So good mother, did you see the? It was something that they were showing on, and Contriver. I agree with you 100%. They basically trying to make men look weak so females can take over.
Yep.
But good mother, did you see the little thing to where it was like a apartment building to where it was a whole bunch of transgenders and they was doing something. I forgot if they was having like a meeting or something, drag queens or whatnot, and somebody overdosed in the apartment. And to come to find out, the firemen were trying to get in there and basically get the dead body out there. And they firefighters, when they went in there, they said that there was a whole bunch of drugs and it was some kids in there with the transgenders or whatnot, and they trying to figure out who the kids belong to.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was somewhere on the East Coast, but the whole point of me bringing this up is society is seeing how they're basically trying to force themselves on society and the kids, and after a while, people ain't gonna keep letting that stand. Like they're basically getting the conservatives and the regular people riled up.
Yeah. Well, and what sucks is that whole community. I mean, it started with the L. That's not a coincidence. I say this all the time. It's not a coincidence. LGBTQ plus whatever starts with the fucking L. These radical lesbians started this shit. And what happens in all of that umbrella of all of that is the majority of the people that are in that community are so hedonistic and so drug and alcohol addicted because they kind of have to numb themselves to that lifestyle that it just comes with the territory.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
who's Moki Alex?
Oh, hey, I've seen him. I've seen him in John's streams before and other places. So, yep.
Moki
Yeah.
Alex?
Yeah. Hello.
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 Hello?
Yeah. Then you're talking about like how society falling.
Oh yeah, always. We're always talking about that. Would you like to chime in on it?
How about this research? If a man win the lottery, he will like support his family. He will lift his family up. And women that won a lottery, she will divorce the husband. You find that interesting, though?
Yeah.
I can agree on that.
Yeah.
I can agree on that.
Yeah. So, Alex, where are you from?
I'm from Los Angeles right now. Los Angeles. Yeah.
But where are you originally from?
Yeah. You like I got the accent, don't I? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of accent is that?
Is it an accent or a lisp?
It's an accent from a Spanish-speaking immigrants.
¿Qué pasó, F.A.?
You know
So
what I
you
mean by
wo-
Spanish-speaking immigrants, right?
Mexicans?
Yeah.
Sweet. Welcome to the panel. See, that is, hold on. There's something to be said about diversity on this panel. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not really diversity of thought, but
Yeah.
It is diversity of thought, by the way.
is it?
How is it not? Because we have diversity of opinion, we have diversity of races, but we have unity.
In
The most
values?
important fact.
In values?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Homogeny in values.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, like think about this. That the agenda of Transformer trying to mess up society because I think Mark Bass. I know you heard a name called Mark Basio, but like he said, justify anger. You know, like a French Revolution kind of style anger. You know, like, hey man, we tired of the government. Like 4th of July kind of anger. You know, the French Revolution and July 4th kind of anger. Man, when we all team up together, ooh, we powerful. But we separate, we weak.
Yeah, absolutely.
United we stand, divided we fall.
So do you think that we have to be do you think that we have to be all in the same house, or did I can be in my house and you can be in your house?
I would
Out.
say like I got the same view of DFM. I'll say how DFM said when talking to Saidas. He said, "Look, you build your little town of Transformers right there, while we make our town of traditional. And if you fail, that on you.
Well, I think to answer that, I think we can all live in our own houses. Just be good neighbors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly, Kush. And that's what I was basically saying. Cause uh I'm trying to think how I want to say it. Basically what I known figured and seen about the blacks is when I say blacks, I'm talking about Negroes. I ain't talking about African American because I ain't no African. I ain't come from
Yeah.
Africa. I ain't got no. I don't. I don't. I can't be like, hey, Kush, I'll catch you next week or whatnot. I'm going to Ghana, Africa, because I got family members over there in Ghana, Africa. No, I don't got no family over here. All my family is here in America.
Mm.
Okay, so when I say that is I notice with the black community, they want to say, oh, the white man is this, the white man is that. But you better let us into your colleges. Oh, I don't like the white man or whatnot, but you run around here wearing Ralph Lauren polo.
Right.
Oh, the white man ain't shit and this, but you eating at McDonald's
Right.
or TGI Fridays.
You're using that iPhone.
You using that iPhone. And
Yeah.
and if you don't let me into your college or whatnot, even though I come in with my pants sagging, my afro ain't picked out, I'm cussing, I'm loud, and I'm aggressively wanting to fight everybody. Oh, you don't let me into your college, you a racist. So what I've noticed about the black community is they want to force themselves on everybody, and I don't understand how they see that ain't a predatory mindset. That's just like if a female don't want to have sex and you just jump on and you take it from her. That's the same thing, just a different analogy or different
Ooh, it's cultural rape.
facts.
It's raping somebody else's culture with your culture.
Facts, and
Yeah.
they're forcing it on society, and then you make everybody else think that, oh, you better let us come over to America, or you better let us do this or let us do that, and if not, you don't like us, and it's like, well, it ain't that I don't like you. It's just I gotta keep my household in order. I can't worry about everybody else's household until I get my own household together.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
If I tell you this about the let's say the ninjas and the blacks. The ninjas have no
Ninjas.
yeah, the ninjas have no identity. They're just like they're just the raiders at that point when a shit hit the fan.
You said they what?
The they're just raiders when shit hit the fan.
Raiders?
Yeah.
Hey,
And
I like how you talk, man. As far as like ninjas, how you said that respectfully, and you know what I mean.
yeah.
You know how, like, I like dudes like that have respect. You, because it lets me know a lot about you. How you talk. You know what I mean. That, yeah, man. I just appreciate that, man. Because
Yeah. And
I can already tell how you talk, like that you got sense. Plus, just like I was just saying, the only people that can come on here is more than likely somebody that is trying to troll, or people that's like Kush or Contriver or you or Good Mother or me. But go ahead, I'm listening. I'm sorry about cutting you off.
okay, that's okay. And there are blacks that like make a Black Wall Street, like
Mhm.
respectful, like we want to get left alone, like leave us alone, Whitey. If like that will happen. That way the Black Wall Street get enjoyed. Hey, like
Yeah, it's because a white chick lied.
yeah, like I don't know, it's white envy, but like it's like it's just like it's not like kind of like it's just like race war basically, and which they don't get is the Black Wall Street made because they work together.
Mhm.
You can see a lot of Mexican community do like dude, like a lot of dog guys work together, you know, like even though like they don't like each other, just like, hey, let's just do this for the community, and that's all.
Mm.
And the like, I don't know, like the loud one, like we have the loud Mexican dude, just that like that's sad because like they join MS, you know, like and like it's just everything with them is like it's just violent. Like most of those guys will have fatherless household. I figured out,
Mm.
you know, like generation of like my father was a was in La M, my grandfather was La M, like well they keep going on a cycle.
Yeah.
And the problem is you gotta break that cycle, and that's really hard to do. And you gotta get off welfare, like
Yeah.
dude, like you think that is hard.
Well, it is hard, but you can break a cycle in one generation.
Yeah, no, the thing is you gotta do your own finances and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
some of the guys that want to take like 3 hours just to do the finances. And that was money going or food or drugs. And lack of spirituality with those kind of communities, it just like they're doing drugs to escape or to
Yeah.
find God.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for God. They're looking like don't take drugs. If you can't do that, do with a shaman.
Mm.
The shaman know what to do. Shaman know how to guide you to the right spiritual path. And that's the problem though. You gotta figure out how to get to the spiritual path. You know, like you gotta have care. Like I think they call it a talk triad. They call it.
Mm.
They're a positive triad and a talk triad. You know that, right?
Mm-mm.
The negative and a positive. You know, like your heart knock, like your like heart guts, brain think God, or forget like one of those like
Mind, spirit, and body.
yeah, like if your mind is fucked up,
Mm-hmm.
All the
it's
rest
like
is.
Your
Yeah.
body will be fucked up.
Yeah.
But what
yeah,
fucks up the mind is the environment.
yeah, like it's all that fucked up. That
Yeah.
sucker become chaos
Oh yeah.
around that square. If everything good, everything go right, that sucker become chaos.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And like if like I don't know, I've been like I'm from Los Angeles. Some of these ninjas,
Mm-hmm.
man, like they stalk you sometimes.
Really?
Oh man, like he got some good shit right there. Huh? He got some good shit.
Yeah. How long have you been here? Or how long have you been in Los Angeles?
I think my whole life.
Really?
Yeah. My parents may be immigrant, but I'm not.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So first generation.
Yeah. If these guys travel anywhere, like especially Mexico. Like, especially they go to Mexico and say Black Lives Matter. Especially they go and get the narco. Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. You dying. You
Right.
dying. You dying, man. You dying.
Right.
Uh,
It's like pull that shit in any other country.
Oh yeah, you do that in Mexico. Oh God, yeah.
you dying. You just dying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you're gonna make an army.
Right.
Like,
So you identify with MGTOW? That it seems to be what stuff you said. Different creators you were talking about, Sir Yidis and TFM, and so
oh
you're
yeah.
from the MGTOW space. That's how you ended up here.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I've been lied to too much by women.
Right. Yeah. How
That
old
is
are you?
all. That is all we have in common.
Right. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Alec? 30? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, you are even younger than me.
Yeah.
I've been falsely accused for some stuff too.
Me
I
too.
didn't.
Me too.
We should appropriate the hashtag Me Too and use it.
Hashtag me too. I
Men
have been
too.
falsely accused of sexual harassment, and that too by a white liberal woman.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wasn't Ryan accused of something, if I was mistaken?
Oh yeah. Remember the Ninja Cat?
Yep. Yep, that's what
I
made me
was
think.
I was thinking about the Ninja Cat the other day. I was like, man,
Uh-uh.
where's Tay-Maze? Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
When the next time you going live, good mother?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm
I
out
don't I don't have anything planned, so if you want to schedule something, we can do it.
that's what we probably gonna have to do because I gotta get ready to lay down because I gotta get up and go to work in the morning.
Okay.
All right, I'll
You want to do
everybody.
something tomorrow?
I mean, it's up to you. If you go live, I'm just gonna come over and check and see when you going live or whatnot, and I'll just pop back up.
Okay.
All right, I'll catch y'all later and whatnot. Shout out to Braxton,
Let's go.
Ryan, and everybody in the chat. I'll catch up with everybody later.
All right,
It's
Tay.
nice
It's
talking
good
to you.
to
Nice
good to
talking
have
to
Nice,
you.
nice
Okay.
talking to you, sir.
Yeah, yep.
All right. Have a good night.
Well.
Well. I knew you guys would love Tay.
Nice.
He is
Space dude.
super based. I mean,
Super
in
big.
his way of structuring like a story, like he always pulls from his own experience and stuff he's seen, and he's super smart dude.
That is why I always say, there is not a copyright of meritocracy that only white people could have it, Asians could have
Right.
it, anybody in the world could have it if they are passionate about something.
Yeah.
It is not a racial thing. I've sent you a video, by the way, in the private chat.
Oh yeah. I saw that. I pulled it
It
up.
is of Kenny Zoo.
Kenny. I love Kenny.
Good old Kenny.
I know. First time I ever saw him, Patrick Bet David had him on his.
Valuetainment podcast.
Yeah.
1 year ago.
Yeah.
You are the ones sending $20, $30, $50, $100 to everybody.
Yeah.
I saw you back then over there. Okay.
No, I actually, a more recent one that I was over there. They were talking about transgender in California law, and I had to put up a super chat. And PBD always reads my super chats, no matter what. So I brought up Jeff Younger and kind of got him a little more airtime. I hope PBD has him on his. Does an interview or at least has him on his podcast, because he would be a big, huge asset to one of his shows for sure. All right. Should we play this? Okay.
students who've worked their ass off to get the best grades out there, to sacrifice so many things and say, no, you don't get it because maybe your family had money, you know, and particularly the Asian kids in this country have been dominated. But this is the best news for Black Americans. It can be
Why?
if we allow it, because maybe now we will demand strong educations for our kids beginning in kindergarten. So this kind of thing becomes a moot point. We should never even have to consider things like this if it wasn't for the bigotry of low expectations, mostly by liberal cities that do not think highly of Black people. Oh, they like us, but they don't think we're smart. And so the Faustian deal has always been, we'll give you a watered down education. Your kids will graduate 12th grade with an 8th grade reading level, but we'll make it up to you. We'll give you fair housing. We'll give you food stamps. We'll find a way to make it up. We'll push affirmative action. We'll get you into jobs that you may not necessarily be qualified for. That's the Faustian deal. It's time to end the Faustian deal. I got a lot more on this on my show, by the way.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So as you know, the mainstream liberal media and the Democrat Party, they're having an absolute meltdown. They're losing their minds over the fact that the Supreme Court struck down systemic racism by not allowing affirmative action to be used in college admissions. Now, again, Democrats are crying about this because they're claiming that, well, you know, this means that Black people and Hispanic people aren't going to be able to get into college and universities because Black people and Hispanic people are apparently too stupid to compete with everybody else. Okay, this is what Democrats believe. This is what the mainstream liberal media believes. And it's just so hilarious to me to watch these people argue in favor of systemic racism when they claim they're supposed to be the party against systemic racism, except they actually really do believe in systemic racism, just systemic racism against whites and Asians in college admissions. Okay, and they're showing you that that's exactly what they believe. Now, that takes me to this interview right here. That goes down between Abby Phillips of CNN, who you know is a bleeding heart liberal progressive that probably is upset that affirmative action got overturned. Okay, and then you have Kitty Zhu, who is a conservative-leaning Asian who was a part of the effort to have affirmative action struck down in the Supreme Court. Okay, and again, this guy has been fighting really hard to have this happen because he knows the writing is on the wall. He knows that as an Asian person, that the standards for somebody like him is much higher than for others, like Black people, right? And Kenny Zhu is going to basically destroy Abby Phillips here in this little CNN debate / interview with facts on why that is the case. Because we know that CNN, Abby Phillips being a Black woman, a Black liberal woman, she's going to try to defend this because Black liberal women probably benefit the most from affirmative action, in my opinion. So again, of course, she's going to try to defend it. But again, what she's defending here is systemic racism. So without further ado, I actually want to go ahead and react to this exchange because it is great.
I'm going to bring in now Kenny Xu, president of Color Us United, a group that advocates against affirmative action. He's also a member of the board for Students for Fair Admissions. That's the group that brought this case against Harvard and the University of North Carolina. Kenny, thank you for joining us. So today's ruling obviously is one that you were hoping for, arguing that the rules in place that support affirmative action were unfair to Asian Americans. So from a practical perspective, how does today's decision help Asian American students looking to get into elite colleges?
I just want to say I'm ecstatic about this decision. It means that Asian Americans can finally get treated on their merits. Guys, we know why Asian Americans should get into Harvard at disproportionate rates. It's because they study twice as many hours as the average American.
Right?
Facts. Facts. That's all you need to hear right now. And this is why I tell the woke revolutionaries that are so upset about this, work harder, right? If you want to get into these elite schools, then you need to outwork the other students that are working hard. Like outwork them. Study harder. Do more.
Compete properly.
Yeah. Compete, but it is not about competing. The only ones who are crying in their cups are like this diversity quota hire woman, Black
Yeah,
woman.
I know.
Aunt Shani.
I know. Because she
We
knows
black
damn
men
well.
are rejoicing. Black men are rejoicing that finally our community would be free from the clutches of this tyrannical matriarchy.
Yeah.
Because they would not be hired anymore.
I know. She knows damn well she didn't get there on fucking merit. All these crazy bitches know it.
They
That's
are
why they're
quoted as double minority. They are Black and a woman, and that is
Yep.
what they encash for the rest of their lives.
Yep.
I'm more
Yeah.
concerned about the woman part than the color part. I don't give a damn about color. Anybody
Yeah.
could be smart.
I'm
Play,
more
play, play.
concerned about quality.
Yeah.
You know, I've got like, for example, like for a long range hole puncher, if you put too much powder in it, you basically bomb yourself there.
Mm.
Like like that submarine story, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that wasn't quality, was it?
yeah, like the special people, but like the dumbasses.
Yeah. Super dumbasses.
Right. That is how you respond to this. What you don't do is boohoo, whine, and complain and cry because you can't be racist against people who
Right.
worked harder than you, right? Who earned it more than you did. It's really that simple.
It's not because of their race. It's because of their culture. It's because of their family values.
Facts. And this is why I say that the real solution to this
Look at her
is culture.
face.
It's family values. That's the real solution. Put the responsibility back on the parents in regards to the outcomes of children.
The mother.
Because good culture, strong family values, valuing education can and will produce elite students.
Academic excellence, that should be prioritized. Those should be the values that schools like Harvard and Chapel Hill, supposedly elite schools and academic programs, should be valuing in an applicant, not race.
So you've argued also that Harvard and other colleges should get rid of their legacy admissions, which also gives people points for having a parent that went to that school. That's not happening here. I wonder why not challenge that, which is also presumptively an obstacle for Asian Americans being treated fairly in the admissions process.
Well, I hope you followed the case, but Students for Fair Admissions has challenged legacy admissions repeatedly over and over again. In fact, we argued that the way that Harvard could implement some of their diversity policies without discriminating against Asian Americans is to get rid of legacy admissions, which, as you know, disproportionately privilege white applicants. In fact, 33% of Harvard students who are white are legacy, and they have a 5 times more likely chance of getting in if you are legacy. So you really want to ensure diversity in admissions, get rid of legacy admissions.
You know, it's funny because she tried to get them with a gotcha. Well, why don't you guys fight against legacy admissions? That overwhelmingly benefits whites and it's against Asians, right? This is what they say, okay? Because, you know, they're salty that legacy admissions are still out. And look, here's the thing about legacy admissions. I'm against that as well, too. But at the same time, you know how you fight that? It's the same thing. Culture. Academic excellence, because if you get into these schools, you achieve, and then you give money back to the school, and then all of a sudden you benefit from legacy admissions. But again, regardless, I would rather see legacy admissions go away, or they have a lot less emphasis on that, because you really shouldn't be able to just buy your way into a school. Okay, if your family's rich, they donate to the school or whatever, you get in, or if your family went to the school and now all of a sudden all the kids get into the school because the family went to school. Nah, that's also not necessarily a merit-based thing. Okay, so again, I would lean towards getting rid of legacy admissions as well too. But again, this guy is fighting against that. He's not a hypocrite on this issue. He's fighting against that as well too.
You heard today President Biden expressing some concerns over socioeconomic factors and inequality being made worse given this decision. He also presented what he called basically a way forward. I wonder if you take race out of the picture and you do what the president is suggesting, taking socioeconomic status into consideration, do you think that that would be fair to Asian American students as well?
No, I don't. I think that admissions should be only based on merit. And the reason why is because why are we asking a university to calculate somebody's level of adversity? I think that that sets a very bad precedent.
Facts. Facts. They have an adversity calculator, right? A victimhood calculator. How victimized this person? Okay. Yeah. You're not a victim enough, therefore you have less of a chance of getting into our school. It's just silly. It's extremely silly. And they do it based off race. Again, in my opinion, I think that's racist. I think it's racist
Race
to
and
assume
sex.
that somebody had it hard in life just because they're black or just because they're a woman, okay, as well too, because that's also a factor as well too, right? You know, a woman also is supposed to be a disadvantage. It's just amazing how that works. It doesn't make any sense. This is not what we should be doing in a society in which we value meritocracy, which we should. That's exactly what we should be doing.
For anybody trying to get into college, we should be treated on the basis of our merits. We should be treated on the basis of how hard we work, our study, our SAT scores, our grades. A name-blind, race-blind process is what I would advocate for as president of Color Us United.
Kenny, can I ask you though? I mean, colleges, obviously they care about grades and SAT scores, but they also are filling universities of people, human beings who have other factors that they bring to the table. Why is it not okay for them to consider those things?
I'm saying if you're going to consider those things, you should consider them without respect to race.
Sure.
So as you know, a lot of Asian Americans.
I think that that's exactly right. But socioeconomic status doesn't. If you take race out of it, let's call it socioeconomic status, where whether or not they grew up wealthy or poor, is that not something that colleges might have an interest in considering?
The reason why you shouldn't consider that is because you should consider the success of an applicant. Because of affirmative action, Black Americans graduate from law school at the bottom 25% of their classes, largely speaking. And we don't want that. We want Black students to succeed. We want every student to succeed, low-income students to succeed. But you have to put them in scenarios, in places where they're likely to succeed. And lowering your standard to admit somebody of a socioeconomic status or race would not help them do that. In fact, it would harm their graduation rate and excellence.
Facts. And it creates a stigma against them as well, too. It creates a stigma against Black people who do get into these positions, because people are going to say, well, are you affirmative action hire? Are you a doctor only because they lower your standards? And even if, again, you are from a lower socioeconomic status, the solution to helping those students is not to lower the standards for them, but to make sure that they have the resources necessary to succeed despite their situation. Which, I mean, in my opinion, school choice, right? School choice would be a policy that would help solve that problem. But again, Democrats are against that. They're against helping people of lower economic status get access to elite schools before they even go to college, right? Because if they had access to elite schools and resources before they go to college, then that will probably make them more equipped to get into these elite universities. It's kind of funny how that works.
Well, as the case also points out, the standard isn't necessarily lowered because students are all admitted. The question is whether race can be an added consideration, a tipping point.
No, the standard is lowered. The standard is lowered. The standard is lowered as student premier admissions data shows. An Asian has to score 273 points higher on the SAT to have the same chance of admission as a Black person. So the standard is lowered for Black Americans.
Kenny Xu, thank you for your perspective. We really appreciate you joining us today.
Boy.
She wanted to. She really wanted to count.
She couldn't get him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She is shivering in her boots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every Joy Reid from, there
Yeah.
is another sand nigger, by the way, like me, who is making moves right now. His name is Vivek Ramaswamy. He is a presidential candidate from Republican Party, perhaps. Alongside the inventor of email, Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. That is another one. So there are two Indians who are making some moves because they are the ones who are challenging the authoritarian structure of, shall we say, all these race-baiting people, including white liberals, by the way, including white liberals.
Oh, they're worse than her. They would have had a worse attitude, these Karens.
Oh, yes.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Alex knows something about Karens. You live in California. You got the worst of them.
Yeah.
And the most of them. It's the most concentration of fucking crazy bitch Karens in the United States.
Yeah. And look, remember like this year, the Democrats they say this. One Democrat say that I'll make those ninjas for Democrats for 100 years.
Hmm.
And the man like the Democrat used to be called the Dixiecrats,
Yeah.
the Dixie body.
Yeah.
I gave you a video, another one.
Oh God. What now? My ass is asleep, contriver.
Yeah,
I'm
You
in-
could wiggle around a little.
I'm gonna bow out myself.
Okay, Kush. Thanks for coming up, Kush, and thanks for having man, your stream earlier with Muhammad was excellent, and then your video afterward about integrity
Marvelous.
was awesome. Yeah,
Thanks.
good stuff.
Have a good night.
All right, good night.
Good night, sir. Take care. Happy 4th of July in advance.
What is this video, contriver?
One
Oh
of-
fuck! No, it's 26 minutes long. I'm not playing this. maybe tomorrow.
All right.
We can
So,
go into this tomorrow, maybe.
Okay. Tomorrow I might not be available, but
Okay.
it's fine. It's fine. If you want to do it, you shall be able to do that. I would post it in the Discord.
Here, I'm gonna at least just share it, so people on their own time can. What is
Watch
this? Breakfast Club exposed their racism while getting destroyed by Vivek. Ram-
Yes.
Oh, that's the guy that you're talking about.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Sand
You're sand ninja from another crazy bitch. I'll play. How much?
I mean, it is a very long clip, and there would be
Yeah.
added commentary of
A lot.
black conservative as well. But I think this video actually, this is what SKC was playing
Okay.
last night. So, or shall we say this morning in your time zone, and his stream got cancelled.
Oh, really? Because he was
Yes.
playing this?
Yes.
That's weird.
That this is exactly what he was playing. Not in this video, but the clip where Breakfast Club, and he was showing as to how there is a pit bull in the skirt that is a black woman who is trying to debate not doctor but Vivek Ramaswamy.
Her.
He's a man who has actually made pharmaceutical drugs for children below the age of 3 to stop infant mortality rate or something, has
Mhm.
$5 or $3 billion companies.
Right.
But she was saying that when I was in grade 6, I told my teacher to not do that. So, are you showing your leadership skills? Are you showing your this? Rebel without a cause. Rebel without a cause.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Whatever.
for being presidential, I didn't know that there is a prerequisite that you have to have, an argument with your teacher in the 6th grade or the 7th grade or
Right.
the 1st grade. But he made $1 billion company, and he said, and after that, she said, "Well, I have been an Air Force veteran, da 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 da, and it is all about me for you." He said, "You are asking me about your accomplishments. I am listing them, and you are not even listening because they don't care that you made $1 billion adding revenue to this country. They don't care whether you created employment or not. Are you a social justice warrior or not, sir? It is just you have to tell that."
Right. Hey, I want to comment on this. Freebird's right. The dynamic of all the relationships you're talking about are going to change dramatically over the next few years due to AI eliminating millions of jobs. Also, due to a bunch of these feminists and all these incompetent women getting fired. Like their resources are going to be cut. They're going to have to actually work with men, like really, not from a distance, not call and get something fixed and never have to look that man in the face. Like they're going to actually have to work with men on so many different levels. So their behavior is going to start fucking changing. It's going to be
When
glorious,
you don't have food on your table,
right?
all this feminism, etc., goes out of the window.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
worse about these feminists? They don't have family.
Right. Right.
At least like, hey man, like hey, at least like, hey son, you want to? I know you do. I know you don't have a job or nothing like that. So like, you want to live with us?
Yeah.
It's a back house, but like you got a place to stay.
Yeah.
Either one choice. You got two choices here.
Yeah.
Be out in the street or live in a back house. I'm living with my family in a back house. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Right. Well, and that's something Black Wolf used to always say. Men, if they can't fix something, they'll replace it. So men have literally not been able to fix the feminism problem. So with the AI, they're just going to replace them.
I think they didn't go the DFM route.
Mm.
The AI girlfriend, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, they
Yeah.
don't want. I think Eric Gray say this. Well, they don't want a relationship.
Yeah.
The
That juice
action.
is not worth the squeeze anymore, right?
No, not that. And that too. No, Eric Gray say, look, the actions say they don't want a relationship. So like, hey, so you should Aaron Clay always sell books, because he's an author. He say, you should read a menu. You should live life with the opposite sex and accept that. You don't want to be with a man, so like just accept that.
Yeah.
And they don't want to accept that.
Yeah. Yep. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you coming up to the panel. Alex, thank you. Have you been on a panel before?
Yeah.
Yeah? Just making your rounds?
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure having you and having your input. You're
If
welcome
anything,
back.
you should look up this year. Why everything's so fucked up. Mark Basio.
Do you have a link?
Got the name.
How do you spell it? Mark? What's the last name?
Basio.
How do you spell that? I'm illiterate, so you gotta help me with
I
spelling.
not blame you. Duh.
Passio?
Yeah. Now that might explain everything. Though. You got a website too, so like I recommend you listen to his podcast #1.
#1?
Yeah, got a website for that. So, forewarning, he will say, "You guys are retarded because you can't get the box, can't fix the box right."
Yeah.
He that guy like
I will check him out. I love people that publicly use the word retarded. Those are my people. I mean, I personally am literally technologically retarded, so I am not afraid to say what I am not good at.
I mean, as an
I,
Indian, it is an insult to my family that I am more retarded than you. I
I
have kept
know,
an American retarded as my tech support.
right? I've been your tech support. You should be ashamed of yourself, Contriver.
mm,
I am. I am. Indeed, I am crying in my cups.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, Alex, thank you so much for coming to the panel and sharing your opinions and your thoughts and this channel. I put a link to it in the in the chat. I'm gonna take all these channels and stuff and put all the links to them in the description and the videos that we shared. So, do you have a channel, Alex? Are you,
Mochi Alex. Yeah,
I mean, do you have a channel that you make content with?
not a lot. Plenty too. Just I don't know. I need to get time for it.
Yeah, it's hard to find time. Well, thanks for contributing to this channel. And if you start making content, I'll share it for sure. Your channel. All right. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody else in the chat here. Mr. Cush, thank you for coming up and participating in the conversation. Smith, always good to see you, sir. Freebird, good to see you. Braxton, one of these days you get to come back up here, and we need a flag bearer.
Yes, we do need a flag bearer.
Bandit, thank you for coming up. Ryan, Mr. Attack Helicopter, you didn't show up for Temes. He was asking about you. Maybe next time. Tay, good to see you. Uncle Guns, thank you. I know there was quite a few. JR was here. I know that. Rusty. MGTOW Outlaw, thanks. Anybody else who's listening? Who else was here?
Mr. Iridium Kush, Rusty Rivers, Gone with John.
Yeah, Kush for sure. Oh, Gone with John for sure. Lots of good people tonight. Thank you, Contriver.
Tonight was is that tonight was the pre-celebration for 4th of July or something?
For Independence? No, it was just random. I felt streamy, so I was inspired to, I don't know. I wanted to talk to Temes and catch up and share him with y'all.
Is amazing.
Yeah.
Because your gut instinct is amazing, and that is how people get to know.
Yeah.
You should try to get Mark Bathia on.
I can reach out to him. I mean, he's kind of got a big channel. I don't know if he'd talk to me. What I'll do is what I always do. I'll listen to some of his stuff, and then I'll make the most outrageous comments to try to get his attention. So.
But warning, he very upfront by feelings. He just say he very upfront.
Yeah, good. I like that. You haven't been around for very long, Alex. I can tell. That you're trying to save my feelings. Don't worry about it. I don't think they exist.
No, Mark Bathia, he won't save your feelings. He'll say that fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Thought it.
No. I think you're trying to spare my feelings, and I'm telling you that won't offend me. Nothing will. So, especially if he's speaking the truth, I appreciate that.
Mentally, you are the female version of David Goggins at this point. Can't hurt me.
Right. All right, y'all. I'm gonna end this because I'm tired and my ass is asleep, y'all. So. Thanks again, everybody, and till next time, later.